right, it's 7:02 p.m. We'll call the meeting to order. Let the record show that all council members are here other than Council Member Geringer, who has an excused absence. We don't need item 3. We're on to item 4, adoption of the agenda. Do I have a motion for adoption of the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved by Council Member Kendall, seconded by Vice Mayor Dawson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. Could I ask Janet Thomas to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, we're on to item number 6, public comments. This is an opportunity for anyone in the public to comment on any item that is not on tonight's agenda. If you are here in the hall, please fill out a speaker slip and give it to the city clerk. If you are at home or otherwise not in the hall, press the raise hand function and the city clerk will recognize you after we get the people who are here. So is there anyone within the hall who would like to address the council?
Mayor Anduri, I have no speaker slips and I have no hands raised in the Zoom participant.
Okay, so we're on to one of the more delightful parts of our city council meetings, and that's hearing from Mary McCosker, president of the Lafayette Historical Society, on an aspect of Lafayette's history as part of our celebration of 175 plus years of Lafayette history. Mary, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you for having me back yet again. I think this is going to work, but tonight I'm going to delight you with the history of the libraries of Lafayette. So here we go. Contra Costa County records show that on January 21st, 1860, Lafayette formed a subscription library, the first library in the county. The goal of the women who organized it was to bring to the public the advantages of reading. Subscription libraries were joined for a small fee and contributions of books, which were then checked out. The books were kept in a central location. Some say the Good Templars Church, seen on the upper left of this photo. Some say the Pioneer Store in Plaza Park. By 1880, it had all but disappeared. Lafayette women were not willing to let the lending library disappear, and in the early 1900s, they resurrected the idea, forming a second library association. The pictures of the books that I have on each slide were kind of books that were published and popular at this time period, so you kind of get an idea. In 1913, the Contra Costa County Public Library System was established. The Lafayette Library Association jumped on this development. A county librarian arrived in Lafayette to look for possible sites. She had 25 books, which she left with Carrie Van Meter, Lafayette postmaster, and she's the woman standing on the left, the post office, who opened a branch in a corner of the Lafayette post office in 1915 with 60 books. In 1924, the Lafayette Improvement Club, a group of community leaders who served as an ex officio city council prior to incorporation, purchased the second schoolhouse and moved it from Morago Road to Main Street, now Mount Diablo Boulevard, as enlarged quarters for the post office, telephone exchange, and library. Town Hall was the site of the library in 1937. In 1939, the Lafayette Cooperative Library Association was incorporated as a nonprofit organization. 9 community groups were represented on the original board of directors. The Lafayette Cooperative Library Association raised funds by subscription and used WPA labor to build a library in 1940 on Morago Road on school district land. In 1949, the Library Association deeded the library building to the county, which assumed the cost of adding a wing for a children's area and continued leasing the site from the school district for a nominal fee. Records show that the first president of the Friends Board was Mr. H.M. Smitten in 1940. As the population of Lafayette grew in the 1950s, the library on Moraga Road was no longer adequate for the community's needs, so thought was given to building a new one. The Lafayette Cooperative Library Association, via petitions, asked that a county service area might be established for the purpose of obtaining funds through taxes for construction of a new library. By 1959, the Library Association, after looking at potential sites for a new library, decided the location where the old building stood was the best location. The county purchased the land from the school district, and in June 1961, the groundbreaking ceremonies were held. In November 1961, the organization's name was changed to the Lafayette Library Association. On March 25th, 1962, the new library was dedicated. The first woman president of the Friends was Dorothy Mutnick in 1961. In 1967, a book barrel was obtained as a gift from Gumps. And on May 13th of that year, the first annual sale of gently used books was held in the library parking lot. 5,000 donated books were sold and $600 was raised. An historical committee was formed under a joint funding agreement with the Lafayette Design Project and began to collect and file valuable historical documents, photographs, and memorabilia. This committee became the Lafayette Historical Society. In 1973, the Lafayette Library Association became the Friends of the Lafayette Library. My mother, June Stewart, was the president of the Friends that year. The bookmark contest has continued annually since it began in 1987. Each year, hundreds of entries are submitted by Lafayette students, and a winner from each grade level, from kindergarten to 8th grade, is chosen. In addition, Hall of Fame awards are given to students who have previously won and continue to show exemplary artistic ability. In 1980, a two-day book sale raised $2,100. In April 1984, the book room opened at the Lafayette Community Center and had sales twice a month on Saturdays. In 1985, the sales made $7,974, and in 1986, $9,695. From May of 1967 through November of 1998, book sales had earned over $300,000. Funds raised in the book room were used to purchase books and other amenities for the library. In 1983, the Friends purchased new carpeting for the library at a cost of $12,000. In 1989, $30,000 was spent revamping the parking lot and courtyard, providing a beautiful entrance to the library. In 1990, a special teen area was created, and in 1992, new children's tables and chairs were purchased by the Friends. By the 1990s, it was apparent that the current library was inadequate for Lafayette's needs. Library Vision 2000 brought together members of the community to plan for a new library. The public campaign began in April 2007. A new site was chosen, and construction began in late 2007. The Lafayette Library and Learning Center opened its doors in November of 2009. The building includes the library foundation, the Friends Corner Bookshop, and the Lafayette Historical Society, and Old Betsy, the 1920s Model T fire engine. The library was built with funding from an $11.9 million state grant and generous corporate and community donations. The Friends of the Library gave the first donation of $1 million for this state-of-the-art library. The library provides traditional library services robust educational programming provided by a variety of organizations, and is the hub of public civic activities, city council, and city commission meetings. Initially, programming at the library was provided by the Glenn Seaborg Learning Consortium, dozens of organizations that would provide lectures and other programs. Over time, the Friends Foundation, the librarians, largely supported by the Friends, the Historical Society, and various renters like the Osher Lifelong Learning Institute brought much more programming to the library, and the role of the consortium declined. As one former member of the City Council has said, after a few years, the amount and variety of programs in the library far exceeded expectations, and the vast majority of it originated with the internal organizations. The library complex includes space for the Friends Corner Bookshop, where used books are sold by volunteers 6 days a week. Yearly sales of the shop have exceeded $100,000 annually, excluding the pandemic years. In addition, the Friends give more than $100,000 annually to the Lafayette Library branch manager for programming, collections, and equipment. In 2010, the name of the organization was changed to the Friends of the Lafayette Library and Learning Center to reflect the name of the new library. The Friends no longer collect dues for membership, but rather support the library financially through bookshop sales. Thanks go to the Friends Board and to the bookshop volunteers who donate countless hours of their time to our community in support of the library. And like the women of the original subscription library, continue to bring to the public the advantages of reading.
Right. Thank you very much. Are there any questions from council members? Why don't we open up to public comment to see if there's anyone in the public who has a question or comment?
Mayor, I have no speaker slips and I have no hands raised.
Okay, Mary, thank you very much. Yeah, right. All right, on to the consent calendar. Would anyone like to remove an item from the consent calendar? Oh, is there any member of the public who, oh, sorry.
Oh, 8A, please.
Which one?
8A.
Okay. All right. Is there a member of the public who would like to suggest removing an item from the consent calendar?
Mayor, I have again, no speaker slips and no hands raised.
Okay, so 8A. So I have a motion for approval of 8B and C.
Yes, I'll move.
Okay.
I second.
Okay, motion by Vice Mayor Dawson, seconded by Councilmember Candell. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, so B and C are approved and A will consider later. So we're on to item 9A, old business. Ms. Robinson.
Thank you, Mayor and jury, members of the council. As you may recall, back in March of 2023, when the city was in the process of purchasing the police offices property at 3471 Mount Diablo Boulevard, the price was approximately $1.65 million. And at that time, staff recommended that the purchase be financed. There were several reasons. One, the city was also pursuing an additional purchase of a property for which we would have needed some $1.65 million of general funds. At that time, also a calculated interest rate of 3.5% for 30 years would have saved the city approximately $47,000 as compared to the rent. And so again, as I mentioned, because there was additional property that we were pursuing, staff recommended that the police office's transaction be financed. So a couple of things have changed since then. One, the purchase of the additional piece of property has been put on hold. Secondly, when staff began working with representatives from Samco Capital Markets regarding some financing options, as it turns out, the offerings from the banks were not at as advantageous rates or terms as we had initially expected them to be. you'll see on table 1 that out of 3 out of the 4 different offers really would have cost the city more money than we were paying in rent. And the last one really was not saving as much money as we would have liked. So another option, since those aren't ideal, another option that should be considered by the council is that we may want to consider paying cash for this purchase out of the city offices fund. Currently has $1.8 million remaining after the Campana purchase. And arguably, of course, the police offices are in fact city offices. So the purpose of those funds really is being fulfilled. At a point where the city may want to consider building city offices, we would have to borrow money anyway. So there's a couple of things that would be for a larger amount, which would possibly give us more advantageous terms. And we can hope that the rates would be more advantageous as well at that time, but we're not there yet. So staff is saying that perhaps we should consider paying cash. I do have the managing director for Samco here, Mike Libera, and he's here to answer questions and maybe just give you an overview of what the financing markets are like at this point, in case the city is in a position to finance or wants to do that in the future. Would you be amenable to hearing Mr. Libera for? Okay.
Mr. Rivera, welcome.
Thank you very much. Good evening. So, was the mic on? It's red. Can you hear me now? Okay, great. So, as Ms. Robinson was saying, the financial markets are in somewhat of volatile conditions right now. When we initially discussed financing the police station, rates, while becoming elevated, we're still in that 3.5% range. We're looking at different terms that are not just away from rates that are also not very advantageous for the city. As you guys have probably seen the news, a lot of banks were having trouble. A high level, what happened was, a lot of money from COVID got pushed into the banking system. They were incentivized to lend it out at very low interest rates. The Federal Reserve raised the risk-free rate 500 basis points. And now, for lack of a better term, most banks are, on a market basis underwater. The Fed has lending programs to their investment portfolios at book value. But with all that being said, a lot of institutions aren't lending, or if they are lending, they are lending at very suboptimal terms. So that also means, shorter term lending. That means higher interest rates. That means more prohibitive call features, which means the ability to refinance. And so we went out to the market, and you guys have a fantastic name. People in normal times, normal situations would be eager to lend, but we scoured the market, and we had some lenders that were willing to go out long, but with high, prepayment premiums. Other ones that, your JP Morgan Chases, which is, kind of your white shoe firms that, were pretty strict on short terms, more aggressive interest rates, but generally we see them on a bank lending basis being the most aggressive when it comes to interest rates. And even their terms, with reasonable call protections was north of 4%. And that was, weeks ago. It's higher now. So rates are going the wrong way. So, it's obviously your prerogative whether you guys want to finance or not, but this is obviously not a great time to be accessing the capital markets. Any questions I can answer? Or...
Okay, thank you very much. Questions?
Sure. Thank you very much for coming. I have a couple questions. Number one was related to the chart that was on the final page where it compares the financing options between JP Morgan and NBH. And I just wanted to better understand the last column, which was related to the fees, like $135,000, $165,000 in fees.
Yeah, so I mean, it's a small financing compared to what, we normally see in the capital markets. So again, what Ms. Robson was talking about, when you do a larger financing, you get better economies of scale. I mean, so there is some minimum costs that come with going through the process, putting in legal documents, marketing, that sort of thing. So these are, again, always try to be conservative. We don't have final fees, but we try to ballpark on the conservative side and try to come in underneath that.
So are those fees related to, there's the PowerPoint presentation that shows like legal fees, ORIC, Samco fees, $75,000. Is that sort of how that correlates to those line items?
Right. So they would have bank counsel in a situation. Actually, this would be more cost effective than a public offering. So this is a bank placement. So that's what we looked at, which we found would be the more economic option, even in our current times. Now we could go through the process of doing full offering document, blasting it to the market. And that is going to be getting a rating from the rating agencies. That's going to be more expensive. Those all require fees. And so, given a small financing, $1.65 million is, typically very small. So you don't get great, pricing economies of scale when it comes to professional fees. When you do a larger financing, get around 10 million, you start to get, some benefits from economies of scale.
Okay, but so yeah, I know, granted, a deal under $2 million is pretty small deal size. So,
Yes.
but it still would require like $75,000 in ORIC.
That's a ballpark. We've got to this point and we decided to, update the city council on the financing. We would get a formal bid from ORIC should you proceed. So this is again, a high estimate ballpark number.
Okay. And I guess my other question would just be, in general, this deal size, $1.6 million. Are you doing any transaction with other cities or other clients in this range? And what type of options are you looking at?
Typically no. I mean, these are pretty small. I mean, usually when you go to the capital markets, it's usually $3, $4, $5 million. And so, I mean, it's typically pretty small. This is a pretty small deal size. So no, we're not really seeing that. Plus, given the state of the capital markets, a lot of the proceeds do get chewed up by fees. And so we're seeing a lot of people just wait, to be honest.
Okay. And then if in the future, I mean, if we paid cash now, but then later wanted to roll this project into another project, have two deals financed together in that more like $4 or $5 million range, would that be
Sure.
possible?
So I think we were actually just discussing that. I had to follow up with ORIC on that, but I think there is some kind of some time limit from when you can finance an acquisition. So I had to follow up with that. Maybe if there's some, additional renovations or something, we can shoehorn it in, but we could look at that for sure.
Okay. So it's not a clear path to just, a few years later, combining the current police
I
station.
think a few years, I think you'd be out your window, but I would, I'm happy to follow up.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just following up on that question, Tracy, when we originally decided to go down the financing route, there was some concern, or you had alerted us to the fact that if we changed our minds, there might be a consequence.
Yeah, originally when I spoke to council at ORIC, so as you may recall, you had to pass a resolution
Yep.
that allowed you to finance after the fact, and there's a time limit. John Palmer at ORIC told me at the time, hey, the IRS generally doesn't like it if you don't do it and you say you would. So before recommending this, I touched base with him again. And I said, are we going to be in trouble? And he said no, because, he said no, it probably wouldn't be a big deal because they're not going to force you into something that's not financially responsible. So it's not necessarily that we just changed our mind on a whim. We changed our mind because the circumstances around the financing have changed so that it's just not economically responsible. So no, we won't be in trouble.
Thank you very much. All right. Any more questions for Ms. Olivera? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any questions for Tracy before we open for public comment? Nope. Okay. So we'll open this item for public comment. Is there anyone in the room who would like to speak on this topic?
The city council is now taking comments on item 9A. And I have no speaker slips for parties in the room, and I have no hands raised, Mayor Endery.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the council. The recommendation is that we use cash from the city offices fund to pay for the purchase of the police. The police offices. So we've already in effect done that. So it's a matter of putting it in the right category in the account. So any comments?
I would just say I had hoped that we would be able to finance this transaction. So I was looking for a way for that to happen, but we know that the interest rate environment has changed a lot in the last half year, and it puts pressure on projects. So if that's no longer as viable an opportunity, I can accept that we use cash, but we don't have that much cash in the city. And so to the extent that we could finance, it's always an opportunity, and this becomes a lost opportunity if once we pay cash, then we cannot refinance. So it is also a burden in that regard to lose some cash here. But again, everything's a trade-off, so I can live with the recommendation.
Okay.
I 100% concur. And to me, it's the actual savings that we're going to be making by purchasing it are substantial. So I totally support staff's recommendation.
I agree, based on comments from both fellow council members. Rue the fact that there is lost opportunity involved with this, but it makes sense now, makes financial and practical sense.
Okay, great. Could I have a motion, please?
I support I make a motion. We use cash in the city offices fund to pay for the purchase of the police office at 3471 Mount Diablo Boulevard.
I'll second.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Kendall, seconded by Vice Mayor Dawson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous with one absence. All right, we're on to item 10A, Mr. Wolf. Mr. Labarra, thank you again.
Bring a chair.
Good evening, members of the council and the public. The matter before the council is a request by Sunflower Hill and Novin Development for a city contribution towards the project known as Sunflower Hill at Lafayette Lane. The council previously approved a 166 unit multifamily project at essentially the northeast corner of Mount Diablo Boulevard and First Street that would have 128 market rate units and 38 units for individuals, adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities. The pro forma supplied by Sunflower Hill shows a funding gap of approximately $1.5 million. The project is about to go out for Supernova funding, submitting to HCD later this week. And as a component of that, it is highly competitive funding, and to increase the scoring and tiebreaker score for the project, making it more likely to be funded, a city contribution would increase that probability. And the more the city contribution, the more that would increase. So the city currently, from 1994 to 2012, had a redevelopment agency, and through that had 20% of the tax increment going into a housing fund. Through that and other grants, the city has previously supported other multiple family affordable projects, including Chateau Lafayette, Town Center, and most recently Eden Housing's Belterre project on Mount Diablo Boulevard, which is 56 units of senior, very low income housing. That project received, I believe, 3.8 million in total, but the 3 million of that was through a long-term loan, the term being 55 years. And that loan is repaid as residual income annually. And so the city has been getting repaid through that. Your staff report indicates roughly $750,000 being repaid to date, which is about a quarter of the total. And so staff is recommending that the city contribute to the Sunflower Hill project up to $1.5 million in the same format, essentially, which is a long-term loan rather than a one-time payment. And thus, over time, it would rebuild the coffers of the housing fund. So before you today are Iman Novin and Jen Benson Leonard. I hope I got your name right. And so they're here to present, answer any questions, and I'm happy to take any questions after their presentation. Thank you.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Thanks so much for having us. So I'm Jen Leonard Benson. I'm the Executive Director at Sunflower Hill.
I'm Iman Novin, President of Novin Development.
And we are here to present a little bit of an overview of Sunflower Hill at Lafayette Lane. For folks who don't know about Sunflower Hill, just as a little bit of background, we are celebrating our 10-year anniversary. And our purpose and our mission is to co-develop affordable housing and programs for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Our first housing community in Pleasanton opened 2.5 years ago, Sunflower Hill at Irby Ranch. And we're looking to build a similar community here in Lafayette. It's at 3470 Mount Diablo Boulevard. Again, designed specifically for folks with IDD. 38 units, 37 of which would be for folks with IDD. The one other unit would be for a manager or a property management. What's really exciting is that our rents are restricted. It's affordable in a way that 20 to 60% AMI or area median income, and our average price or our average cost, 39% of AMI. So we're keeping it incredibly affordable for folks who really their income is SSI. This project was approved by City Council January 25th, 2021. Sunflower Hill at Lafayette Lane, we do partner. Iman is one of our partners. You will see it's a lengthy partnership, but we are working with Pacific West Communities, Novin Development, and Sunflower Hill to have an LP that was created in order to make sure that we have managing partners as well as emerging developers and general partners. So Sunflower Hill at Lafayette Lane, one thing that is interesting to note is that there will be different nonprofits on site. So the Housing Consortium of the East Bay will do residential services. This is modeled after Irby Ranch. Residential services are services that keep you housed, services that work with safety. So rent, assistance with food insecurity, assistance with safety or fire drills or training or things like that. That's what residential services are. We will also have FPI. Will be property management. The sink breaks, something happens, they will handle those things. And then Sunflower Hill handles enrichment services. And what does that mean? And I did bring some printouts because I know this is really hard to read. But Sunflower Hill, we provide enrichment services to build life skills, to build fitness skills, social skills, to really make sure that people feel a sense of community and a sense of home. So that could be anywhere from karaoke night to cooking classes to fitness classes. We do anticipate at Sunflower Hill at Lafayette Lane to have a large multi-purpose community room where most of those activities would happen. We also plan to have a teaching kitchen, a fitness center, a rooftop terrace, hopefully with some gardening available. So really residents can again, feel like home and make new friends.
And I'll take over here on the financing plan. The first, a little bit about Novin Development. We are a Walnut Creek-based affordable housing developer. And our motto is building value that matters. We are an experienced sponsor of large multifamily development projects with a double bottom line mission. We currently have 17 projects in the pipeline with over 700 units. We strive for a balanced approach to development, one that centers around social responsibility and environmental sustainability. And we like to increase the supply of housing to a broad spectrum of incomes using sustainable building methods and materials. And our projects are designed to be aesthetically beautiful, functional, inclusive, and in harmony with the broader communities they serve. Here you'll see the proposed sources and uses of funding for the Sunflower at Lafayette Lane development. We're using a combination of traditional debt, 4% low-income housing tax credits and tax-exempt bonds, and currently applying for the SuperNOFA, which is the Housing and Community Development program that includes, it's called Super because the state has combined multiple programs. So the multifamily housing program, the infill infrastructure grant program are the two that we're targeting. The SuperNOFA also includes veteran housing programs and other farm worker programs as well. The site competes really well for these sources because it's located in an amenity-rich area, close to the library, close to grocery, close to transit. And so it couldn't be more of an ideal location from that regard. It also is located in a highest resource area, which gives the project substantial priority for MHP funding particularly. That being said, we do have a funding gap that we're looking to solve, and with your help tonight. There's sort of two tiebreakers. And so although, we're scoring 110 points out of 113 points on the first tiebreaker, which has to do with those things that I just talked about, location and depth of affordability, things that we can control. One thing we can't control is the second tiebreaker, which is sort of how much additional local public funding other projects may have committed to their projects. And so when two projects have the same first tiebreaker score, the state looks to the second tiebreaker score, which is again heavily focused on how much other local support, how much other non-HCD funding has been committed to this project. And a commitment from the city of Lafayette tonight will certainly strengthen our second tiebreaker score, and hopefully if there's any other projects that have a similar score, put us over their score. Our total, to talk a little bit about the total cost, our total hard costs are about $20.4 million. Of that, about 14.8 is the structures. This is a prevailing wage project. So we do have a large component of costs associated with the prevailing wage component of the development. One great thing that's going for the project is that Miramar Mount Diablo LLC, which is the current landowner, has donated the land to the partnership. And our most recent appraisal, which is in the process of being updated, we should get it any minute, shows the land value of about 6.1 million. And so we're also able to count that towards our commitment of public funds in the project because it's pursuant to a inclusionary housing requirement. So with a combination of these different things, and one more, since the last time we were here, we did get a commitment of 13 project-based Section 8 vouchers from the Housing Authority of Contra Costa County. And that's a significant win for the project because it allows us to serve a much lower AMI while really beefing up our services. So we're able to support more case managers and resident service coordinators as a result of that improvement. So happy to answer any questions you have about the financing, and thank you for your time this evening.
Okay, questions? We'll do questions from the council and then we'll open it to public comment. And then we'll bring it back to the council for discussion. So any questions?
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. And this is a wonderful project. I'm very proud that our city is working on it together with you. A very, very worthy part of the future of our city. So thank you for working so hard on it. I guess just to go a little bit back in history, I wanted to ask, you weren't looking for funding a year ago from us or 2 years ago, but today you are. So what happened between then and today?
Yeah, so interest rates have gone up, construction costs have gone up. I think it's a combination of both of those things, as well as sort of as a result of evaluating the competitive landscape. This is really the second supernova ever to be had. Last year was the first, and nobody really knew what your tiebreaker needed to be competitive the first time the state issued the supernova. And so I think a lot of projects applied with big hopes, and it was oversubscribed. I want to say like 300%. And so in kind of looking at what other projects brought to the table, which projects didn't get funded last round, which will likely be our competition this round, we're doing the calculus to basically understand what tiebreaker we need to get to, knock on wood, be successful this round. Obviously, we never know what new projects may come out of the woodworks for the first time this round, but at least looking at tiebreaker scores that made the cut last year versus the ones that didn't, now we have a benchmark to go from.
Thank you for that explanation. It sounds very competitive. I have another question relating to, you mentioned that costs are going up. We know interest rates are rising. All development projects, whether you're nonprofit or for-profit, are having more and more difficult time penciling out. There are more and more delays, all sorts of reasons. So what measures are you taking to try to reduce cost or reduce the scope in order to bring the budget back in line with your financing?
Yeah, so, we're a vertically integrated development team. So I think just by nature of having our own construction arm, having our own services team integrated into the project, we can control costs perhaps better than other groups. And so we're always looking at ways to bring value engineering to the work that we do. We also do include reasonable contingencies and both hard costs and soft cost contingencies in our underwriting, so that we're not going to be in the same boat next year. Sometimes you apply for funding this year, by the same time next year your costs have gone up, and so by including reasonable contingencies on both hard and soft costs, we're trying to make sure that this is viable moving forward without any future cost increases.
Yeah, I mean, that's tremendously difficult in this environment right now. So, the more time it takes, the more difficult. Hopefully inflation would slow down, but we can't count on that. So I guess I'm wondering whether you talked about value engineering and your ability to do value engineering. Between last year and this year, have you actually taken some costs out of the project and changed the scope, change of materials or reduce the size of the project that would bring it in line with your financing?
We haven't really changed the size of the project. We're trying to make sure that we're not changing the entitlements more than what would open it back up for having to get re-entitlements. We've made some minor adjustments to the entitlements, including making sure that there's sufficient amenity space, bicycle room that we didn't previously have. So in terms of actually cutting out space, not so much. We are underwriting really high interest rates. I think we have something like an 8.8% interest rate for construction going in, and a 7% interest rate on the perm side. And so that's a big part of what's causing this gap. I wouldn't say that our hard costs have necessarily increased since the last year, so much as some of the financing costs and general sort of inflationary costs with construction. That being said, we continuously, we're at a stage where if we get this HCD funding award, we would then we would then go to the market to actually get 3 bids from subcontractors for each trade as part of the buyout process. And at that point, should there be cost savings, we would have provisions in our loan agreement with the city that we would be able to repay any sort of loan sooner. So part of it is, at this stage, it's about being competitive for state funding applications. Until we, get to a place where we're almost ready to start construction, where we've gone out to bid, gotten 3 bids from every GC, we won't know exactly what our construction cost is going to be. But should there be any savings, I think we would structure this as a loan such that the city would be, loan would be repaid as part of some of those cost savings in the future.
I see. Thank you. I have a few more, but if someone wants to chime in.
Just real quick, just following up on that, on the inverse, if you did need to go and you're going back out to bid, if prices go up, what is your backup plan for that? And also, what is your backup in case, your values obviously align with ours, but if this shouldn't happen, what is your plan B?
We have sized what we hope to be a healthy contingency to be able to deal with potential cost escalation over the next year. Once we get an HCD funding award, we still are not 100% there. We would need to apply in the first round of next year for state tax credits. And so there we also have an opportunity to sort of revisit and ask for the right amount that we need to qualify for the tax credits as well. So this is one step in the right direction. Oftentimes affordable housing projects take multiple bites at the apple annually to cobble together the capital stack needed to start construction. Once we sort of have enough based on our budget to start construction is where we could sort of start moving forward. But, things do change. And if, we are successful in the SuperNofa application and are not successful in our tax credit application, we will just continue to apply annually until we are successful. And sometimes it takes, 3, 4, 5 tries or bites at the apple with state funding to ultimately become successful. That being said, every, dollar of local funding helps us leverage 4 or 5 times more in state funding. So, what your potential support tonight would do is just make us that much more competitive for that potential funding down the road.
Thank you.
And I guess this is either for yourself or staff, but you're requesting a $1.5 million long-term loan. Is there an interest rate that you're expecting or you've proposed?
Typically, we see it structured as a 3% residual receipts loan, and that's what we would be proposing, but are open to suggestions.
Did you say 3%?
3%.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, and I just want to confirm or just ask you, are you satisfied with the staff recommendation on this matter? So you're in support?
Yes.
Okay. And, realize if we go forward with this, basically we will be lending you 75% of our affordable housing money. Does that help your, the tiebreaker? If you can tell them you got 75% of Lafayette's available money? I'll leave that to you.
Support. Thank you.
Okay. And I just want to confirm, when the project first came to us, we did not have details such as the teaching kitchen and the multipurpose room in the plans. Is that correct?
I don't recall the specifics of it. I think the project sponsors would be able to answer that better.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the original entitlement that came to you was driven primarily by the master development team and probably focused more on the larger 5-acre master plan. In that time, we've spent a lot of time with architects as a team, really focusing on the Lafayette Lane building and the amenities within. So up until midnight last night, we were still working on, the right size for the teaching kitchen, for the bicycle room. And so a lot of the amenities you see are a result of 1.5 years or more of work with Sunflower to take a lot of the learning that they have from the Irby Ranch project and bring that learning into the current proposed project.
Yes. That's what I was gonna say.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay, if not, we'll open this now for public comment.
The city council is now taking public comments on item 10A. Please fill out a yellow speaker slip if you're in the audience. And we have, we'll be taking speakers first in the room and
Yes.
then via Zoom. So our first speaker here is Rebecca Callahan Klein. 3 minutes.
Welcome.
It's, thank you, has many families with special needs family members. And as a parent, I can tell you that the thing that you think about most is not only what happens while you're alive and you're doing everything you can to help your child grow into a successful, self-reliant adult, but you're also worried about what happens when you die and what's going to happen to them. And one of the things that's wonderful about Sunflower Hill and this particular project is that they provide not only housing and not only services, but most importantly, community, because it's that community that helps provide the support over a lifetime for people in successful adult living. Lillian has several classmates who are at Irby Ranch, and they are very strong supporters of this effort and would love to see something like this happen in Lafayette. The second thing is that, I think we have a real need for affordable housing in this community, especially one that serves the lowest income residents. And people with developmental disabilities and special needs are typically amongst the poorest residents of any community. Living on SSI means living on, $12,000 to $15,000 a year, which is impossible without projects like this. So I would just say, I think this project is well structured. It's thoughtfully financed. It's going to be able to leverage. It already has leverage dollars and will leverage more. It has strong community support, and I think is a model for other communities to emulate. So I just strongly support it. I think putting our dollars into meeting the needs of our often lowest income residents would be terrific. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker? Oh, thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Bill Bucher. If anyone else wishes to address the city council on this item, please fill out the yellow speaker slip.
Welcome.
Thank you. I would just like, I was saying, I was going to mention many of the things the previous speaker just said, so I'd like to reiterate, confirm and support those things. I do have a question about the project to the applicants though, is the development being done by the same developer building Miramar, the whole thing, or does your project run separately? In other words, if they slow down their development, does yours still go forward or does vice versa?
We'll hold questions until the end, so we'll come back to that.
Thank you, but I do support the city providing the loan for this group. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions? Oh, okay, thank you.
I have no additional speaker slips and I have no hands raised from our Zoom participants.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the council, but we'll ask you to address Mr. Bucher's question.
Yeah, so one of the things that we worked on from when the project was first entitled till now is the original entitlements actually had a below grade parking structure that was partially below the parcel that Sunflower Hill at Lafayette Lane community would be built on, which really tied our projects together. Like that project had to be built, the parking garage had to be put in place before we could start. And so understanding how market rate projects can fluctuate with market dynamics, and affordable housing projects can oftentimes come together quicker with the right mix of state funding and local funding contributions. We made a concerted effort to separate the projects physically. And so at this point, the master developer has made those changes through their building permit process. And we now have a clear separate pad that could move forward should this project be successful in applying for state funding. And so sort of the timeline for us would be, if we're successful in applying this year, we would know by the end of the year if we have state funding. and we would apply first quarter of next year for tax credits. And we would know by, let's say, June of next year, that we had the full capital stack to break ground. And at that point, we would be working on building permits to pull our building permits and start. So we could be in construction as early as, third quarter of next year, should all of the right things come together. So we're independent and can move forward separate from the larger terraces project.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so we're back to the council. Who would like to go first? Councilmember Kendall.
To be perfectly honest, this is the best way that a government can be. This is the kind of program that I wish our state would do more to help us out of this, but we're little, but we have some, and I feel very strongly that we should be definitely supporting this loan.
Comments before we move to a vote?
It just aligns so well with, as I said, our values and really what we want to do in the city and supporting this community as well as with programs we need to do anyway for affordable housing and special communities. So that's really awesome alignment. And you guys have been very busy. It's very impressive what we saw. Thank you.
I wanted to clarify on the 1.5 million, and the mayor mentioned that was what percentage of the redevelopment fund is that? It's 75% of our available?
Affordable Housing Fund,
Okay.
low income housing.
And I think I read in the staff report that that fund has not been touched in 8 years or since 2012, since Belterre was completed.
Correct. It's about 10 years.
And then what would?
Well,
Oh.
Well, just it hasn't been touched. Money has not flowed out of that account, but it has flowed in from
Correct.
the Belterre. Yes.
But there remains approximately
$2 million in the fund.
$2 million in the fund. Okay. I have no further comments.
Okay, my only comment is that I was really happy to see what you were doing with the amenities on the site, because I agree with the speaker, Ms. Callahan Klein, that this is going to be a community. So if you have to cut back at any point, I hope you won't have to. I would encourage you not to cut back on the elements that make it a community. So, all right, do we have a motion? Vice Mayor Dawson.
I move to approve staff recommendation, which I am looking for here specifically, to approve a loan for Sunflower Hill development. Where is the recommendation specifically? So I can.
Let me ask the city attorney, can we just move the staff recommendation?
Yes, there it is. Direct staff to issue a commitment letter and prepare a long-term loan agreement for up to 1.5 million from the successor agency housing fund to support Sunflower Hill at Lafayette Lane.
I second.
Okay, it's moved by Vice Mayor Dawson, second by Councilmember Candell. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. 4 yeses, 1 absence. So thank you very much.
Thank
And
you so much.
good luck with the application. I have to tell you, the last 100% affordable project we did, it took a lot of rounds of applications. So we understand the process and wish you all the best.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we're now on item 10B. Who is going to take the lead? Renata, Ms. Robles.
Good evening, council members. Before you tonight is again the housing element. So the city council adopted the updated 6th cycle housing element in January, which was submitted to the state. The end of March, we received a comment letter requesting additional revisions, which staff then presented to the council in April, early April. One of the comments in the letter from HCD was regarding affirmatively furthering fair housing, which we will discuss tonight. So staff has prepared a couple options to address this comment, which we will go to in detail, and we are seeking your direction. As an overview for tonight's presentation, we will review the comment and discuss AFFH's affirmatively furthering fair housing's purpose and intention, as well as the definition of missing middle housing. And then we will review the proposed program options. So tonight we are looking to hold a public hearing, and staff is seeking direction on a suite of actions the city can incorporate into the housing element to affirmatively further fair housing. So in the March 29th letter from HCD, there was this comment regarding the elements need to include a significant and robust suite of actions to promote housing mobility and increase housing choices, especially in lower density neighborhoods. So one example given is through the provision of missing middle housing. So just to zoom out a little bit about affirmatively furthering fair housing, this is a federally mandated law and is being implemented largely through this housing element update process. Several other jurisdictions received similar comments throughout their housing element update process, so we are not alone in receiving this remark. And this is a comment that's separate from the regional housing needs allocation, or RHNA. So this is addressing access and choice in housing. It's not addressing overall capacity and need. So when we are talking about these programs, it's not looking towards the balance or buffer that we have left in RHNA. It's broader than that in talking about access and housing disparity. And one other definition as reference, again, this was in the presentation in April. So the comment references missing middle housing, which is smaller scale housing for multiple units. So it's housing types that we're seeing way back in the post-war era and are coming back into play now through kind of fourplex development. So it kind of blends in with that single family context, but accommodates more housing units. Now we will review the AFFH program options included in the staff report for tonight's meeting. So we, as staff, have been collaborating with Veronica Tam Associates, a consultancy that's worked with several jurisdictions throughout Southern California and the Bay Area, many of which have been certified, to identify programs that address this fair housing question. So we reviewed other programs and kind of reworked them to fit our contexts and considerations. And as described in the HCD comment, there's not a set game plan or strategy to fulfill this requirement. It is on a case-by-case basis, and there's not a prescribed number of programs that we need to have to address this, but we want to present a strategy that addresses the matter from several angles. So be it increasing affordability through smaller units or income restriction, and through housing type, so smaller units in different areas of the city. So again, we're looking for a group of programs to take forward. Staff recommended the following 4 programs to address HCD's comment, which are highlighted with an asterisk on the following slides. I won't read through these just to try and keep tonight's meeting a little bit shorter. So the first proposal, 1A, or option, came from Inclusive Lafayette in a public comment letter a couple years back, which was to rezone R6 zones, shown here in light blue, to 20 units to the acre. Currently, they can accommodate, I believe, around 7 units to the acre. These are already smaller lots. They're close to downtown. So the proposal was to increase that density in those areas as shown. Option 1B is a different interpretation. It's kind of a broader look in opening up larger areas of the city through changing all R6 and R10 zoning to the R6 zoning for existing lots shown in the table in the staff report. So this still retains single family zoning in those existing single family neighborhoods. However, results in a modest effective density increase from 4 units to 7 units to the acre. As a result of this change to R6 zoning, there would not be any change to the maximum building height. Maximum building height is 35 feet throughout the city. There would also be no changes to tree protection requirements or creek setbacks. And as with most instances of zoning changes, while the rules might be changing, it is always the owner's decision to take advantage of those changes to redevelop or subdivide their parcel. As part of this program, the council could also choose to exclude areas in very high fire hazard severity zones or evacuation constrained areas as identified to the right. And here again is the table demonstrating the potential changes. So highlighted by the 3 arrows to the left, there are only 3 changes that would result to the development standards within these zoning districts, which are the minimum lot area going to 6,000 square feet, average lot width to 60 feet, and then the minimum side yards reduced to 5 feet with a 15-foot aggregate. Option 2 would be to allow a second junior ADU. So these are very small, less than 500 square foot units in the existing single family home. Currently, the city only permits 1 per single family residence. However, this program would enable owners to construct a second junior ADU if that unit is income restricted. So this would not only kind of distribute this smaller housing type, more affordable housing type throughout the city, but then also ensure that it is rented at a more affordable level. And the city could try to go deeper than a moderate income level of affordability. So option 3 would be to establish an average unit size requirements for multifamily projects. So as tends to be the case in Lafayette, the units currently being developed are generally larger in size, thus making them less affordable to many households within the city. And also limiting the number of units that can fit on a specific site given the unit size. So average unit size can help introduce a range into each project, a range of unit sizes, and increase housing choice. So an average unit size can be based on bedroom count or the actual square footage of the unit. And the council could also choose to provide exceptions for projects that are going above and beyond with their affordability or providing housing for special needs populations. And to illustrate this, I will pass this over to Diana.
So this example, let's say, and this is completely based on nothing real in Lafayette, it's just to demonstrate the idea. Let's say we have an average limit of 1,500 square feet for a unit size in a development. And say we have 2 different projects, both of 20 units. When we provide the mix of when we, on the left-hand side, the number of units, 3-bedroom units on the left-hand side in project 1, 2 3-bedroom units, 8 2-bedroom units, 5 1-bedroom units, and 5 studios. We add all that up and divide by the total number of units, and we get 1,458 as an average. On the right-hand side, project 2 tends to favor larger units, same basic sizes, but 5 3-bedroom units, 2 2-bedroom units, 6 1-bedroom units, and 7 studios. You do the math again, it's very close. It's still, you still have an average of less than 1,500 units. We don't know what the actual number for an average would be. We'd obviously have to come back to that, to you, to talk about that. But this demonstrates how a developer might want to change the bedroom mix or the size or number of units with different bedroom sizes in order to maintain an overall average unit size of 1,500 units or less.
So moving to option 4, which would be a prohibition on unhosted short-term rentals. This is a matter that the council had previously considered and heard from some hosts, about concerns being on fixed income and the inability to have that passive income. However, currently hundreds of entire houses or apartments are listed on these vacation rental platforms that could be permanent homes for the current and future Lafayette residents. So with the understanding that there would be benefit to those on site and hosting in rooms or kind of guest suites, this prohibition would be limited to unhosted rentals to then return those units into the housing stock. And also this could serve as an anti-displacement strategy in limiting the removal of tenants to then convert a property to a rental, a short-term rental, excuse me. Option 5, currently religious institutions are able to develop multifamily housing on their lots. However, there are somewhat significant barriers to doing so in that they have to have a state density bonus law eligible project to take advantage of this regulation. So the city may choose to develop a program to enable these organizations to build housing on their site with lower barriers to development. And based on a general survey of religious institutions in the city, many churches have large sites predominantly covered by parking currently that are multiple acres in area. And we have received interest from multiple churches in the city looking to build out housing on their sites, but have come to the realization that that would require a significant upzoning or rather general plan amendment, a big process to do so. So this is one option, and the council could choose again to eliminate sites that would be in those high fire zones. And as we've heard of those concerns previously. Option 6 would be the conversion of existing single-family dwelling units into 2 to 4 units within a quarter-mile downtown. So entirely within the existing building envelope. It's kind of a sister to SB9 is the intention, where there would not necessarily be the need for new construction, which, as we've just heard, is quite costly and often less quick in its execution than preservation or reuse of existing structures. And again, the council can implement similar environmental restrictions. And finally, option 7 would be to increase the maximum density of low density multifamily land use districts from 17 units an acre to 20. So this is limited to areas labeled D1 and MRT shown on the map below. So given and these are already areas that have kind of those fourplex, duplex structures. So given the limited area and potential impact there from that, the staff did not recommend this option as part of our suite of actions. So as a reminder, that we were looking for the council to hold a public hearing on these options and provide direction to staff on actions to incorporate or discuss with HCD. So we have a time set with our HCD reviewer to discuss programs recommended by council. And based on that conversation, we will return if any additional discussion or feedback is needed. Otherwise, we will continue working on updates in response to the other comments and plan to return hopefully in August with other changes for review. And with that, we will conclude our presentation. We're available for questions.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll take questions, just questions from the council, and then we'll open it to public comment, and then we'll bring it back to the council for discussion. So are there any questions from council members? Vice Mayor Dawson.
Just want to start with a basic one. Out of the suite of options here, what was your basis for recommending these particular 4 items?
So we felt that this, as mentioned previously, would kind of address affirmatively furthering fair housing from many angles. So 1B would kind of open, or rather reduce the lot areas required for a lot of the single family areas in the city, and therefore creating opportunity for smaller scale single family development in those neighborhoods, which was sought after in the HCD comment. The second JEDU would ensure that these new housing units would be affordable. And again, it's kind of a lower barrier means of producing housing. The average unit size item was to address the kind of single type of unit that's kind of being constructed in Lafayette. So for new construction, to create that opportunity similar to the smaller units over on Sundale and Mosswood. And then the short-term rentals, that was a item discussed by the council previously, and we felt it was relevant for anti-displacement purposes and the bringing housing units back. So we felt together these create kind of a comprehensive strategy.
Thank you. Did I miss that slide earlier, or is that all queued up?
I kind of skipped over to try and move
I was
along.
like, wait a minute. Okay, thanks.
The full agenda tonight.
Questions?
Sure. On number 6, there was a mention of allowing conversion on existing single-family dwellings and within the existing development envelope. So I wanted to better understand what that meant. Does that mean if there's a building that's 3,000 square feet there, then when you convert, you need to stay within 3,000 square feet?
Yes, precisely.
But that you would take a single family, but you can make 2 that were 1,500, or some smaller subset of 3,000.
Exactly. Yeah. So to kind of minimize the impact to the existing neighborhood character, but still produce that additional unit or 3.
Okay, thank you for explaining that.
Can I ask a follow-up question on that? I see that was part of the Los Altos Hills.
Correct.
Okay, so Los Altos Hills. They committed to make that change?
Correct.
Okay, have they made the change? They probably haven't done it yet because it just.
No, but they just received certification, and they received certification after they added that program. And at that specific, I should mention that Veronica Tam provided us with quite a number of different options that were maybe variations of the 7 we presented here. But specifically from housing elements that are either close to certified or certified.
Yep. Okay, thank you. Do you have any idea? I mean, have you looked into this, what the expectation was that in Los Altos Hills, people would split their homes?
I think it's an unknown because we don't actually know what people are wanting to do. It's not unlike, I think, SB 9 in the sense that there are options available. And the question is whether people will take them up as an option. I believe that same with Los Altos Hills, that it's going to be dependent upon an individual homeowner's decision.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Going to the churches, that's option number 5. You recommend to have 20 units per acre. And I just wanted to understand, how did the number 20 get picked as opposed to a higher or a different number?
It's less than 30 units to the acre. 20 units to the acre tends to get at the quote unquote missing middle housing development. And it would also be up to 20 units per acre. I know there are jurisdictions that are allowing a number of ADUs to be built on site rather than actual housing development. And your sister, Orinda, your sister neighbor, Orinda, has a program almost exactly like this to allow 20 to 25 units to the acre, which was specifically noted by HCD as meeting the expectations for AFFH.
I see. And so Renata mentioned that some of the churches in our community have expressed interest in this. I'm just wondering whether they've come out with a number that they would like to see as a viable number, and whether we are able to accommodate that with this number, or is.
It was more preliminary conversations of what can we do. And unfortunately, the answer was not as much as you might hope at this time. So we're happy to reach back out to them and get a sense of what they're looking to do, and try and tailor the program more that way.
Okay, thank you. And I had a question about option number 3, when you showed project number 1 and project number 2 in this chart. Was number 1 better than number 2 in your view?
Neither. No, the point was basically either project would meet a standard if we establish an average unit size requirement for multifamily housing. That as this was just to demonstrate that a developer could provide as many, 5 or as many 3 bedrooms units as they want, as long as it overall the mix met the requirement. In this case, the average, we made up a number of 1,500 units, 1,500 square feet per unit. This is also being promoted. I can't remember which jurisdiction that was from. It's on the top of my head. It's in the report though. Campbell, Petaluma, Burlingame.
Yeah, I have a follow-up question on that because I'm having difficulty with that because at times we say, well, one of the things we want to encourage, and I think the state wanted to encourage, was affordable housing for families because there's just a shortage of that. So would this hurt our ability to do that?
No.
Then on the other end,
sorry.
if we wanted to provide a large quantity of affordable housing, small units, would this cause a problem?
No, in both cases, no. And the reason is this kind of activity is not to address like when we talk about affordable housing and meeting low income and below. This is to get more at moderate income, closer to moderate or median income. And so the idea here is that by requiring an average, you're getting somewhat smaller units in the development instead of them all being 4,000 square feet, so that you'll get a mix of things that will address the needs of, let's say, a single person who would like to live in a studio, but that's not a product type necessarily that a developer in a market rate development wants to produce.
Okay, well, let's say we've got a market rate development with 100 units and our inclusionary ordinance means that 15 of those are going to be affordable. Could they make them all the small units?
No, we would still have safeguards against those kinds of things. It could be, we haven't even gotten to how this would work exactly in terms of that. But as a conceptual idea, this idea of requiring a maximum average size of unit overall would help create potentially more smaller units that by design would be less expensive than the giant units. That's, I think, really what we're trying to get at.
Okay, thank you. Wait, Councilman.
Go ahead. I think I'm good for now.
Sure, thank you. And you guys, thank you for all this work. It was really, I was optimistic reading these. So thank you guys, great options. For 1A, I know you're not recommending it, but I had some questions. So if it went to 20 per acre, are we changing the setbacks or the heights? But you also said it's streamlined. Well, I mean, it's using objective standards. So it's also streamlined. That's how I read when you have objective standards. Is that what's implied?
I think the statement, well, yes, it would be subject to objective design standards, but I don't think that would necessarily mean a ministerial process. That could be part of it. And your first question was about setbacks. So if we were to increase the allowable density, we would need to modify the zoning standards to be able to accommodate that density.
The setbacks and the heights.
Yeah.
Do you have a swag at what that might be?
I do not this time. However, I imagine since we accommodate 35 units to the acre on a 35-foot height limit currently, it might not exceed that, but remains to be seen.
Okay, thanks. All right, perfect. Now for 1B, so it's the R6 now, does it allow for 35-foot heights?
Correct.
We just don't see them as much there in those areas. Why is that?
It's limited to 2.5 stories technically. And so there are 2-story homes with attics. We do review development proposals for 2-story single family homes in those zoning districts often, but it's not a full 3rd story. And so I think that might be where the conflation of 35 feet and taller might be happening.
Okay. And what would, so in those areas, what would be your thought if we did this? And so smaller lots and setbacks. So to me, I would say people are just going to supersize their homes in a way, you know, because they'll have more room to go up and out. And they wouldn't necessarily split their lots. They would just get bigger houses. Is that a possible outcome of this?
It is a possible outcome,
Right.
but yeah, it is a possible outcome.
Okay, so will we try to put any, limitations on that? Or would that be, is that part of any of the other cities who did this? Did they put any, like, all of a sudden, all these McMansions pop up and you're like, well, that wasn't our point.
Right. We're all in the same boat in terms of proposing ideas to get more refinement on, and we don't have immediate success stories at hand about how this has been implemented. We certainly can look and see if there's Southern California jurisdictions, the ones that have been certified, of which there are many that are still not, to see how they would have addressed those kinds of issues. But we don't have it. We don't have all the details, obviously, yet.
Right. I just wanted to see how you
I
project
would
that.
just note that the only change, an existing R10 lot converted to R6 would only get 5 more, like a 5-foot reduction in the side yard setbacks. So it's not a full-blown change in all of the standards. That would be the only change.
Right. Okay.
And can I ask a
Please,
follow-up?
please.
Yeah, my understanding is that with respect to height of houses, this is no change at all to what the current situation is. So there's no, making this change would not result in any requirement or even likelihood that there would be taller houses because the existing ordinance still applies. I mean, all of Lafayette basically is 35-foot height, but we have a 17-foot trigger. So I know so many people wrote letters to us expressing concern about the houses next to them are going to be 2.5 stories. And I just want to ask you to confirm that nothing would be different if we went down this path.
Correct. So the maximum height would not change across these zoning districts.
Thank you.
All right. So then on to 3, the average unit size. You said we would have exceptions for special needs populations. What special needs populations are you thinking would be effective here in Lafayette? Obviously Sunflower Hill, but what other groups?
Basically, all of the groups that are listed in the housing needs section of the housing element. That would include, this is farm workers, single female heads of household, large families, et cetera, et cetera. All those are all considered special needs groups.
Perfect. So the unhosted STRs, I know some cities have also said they have to be a 30-day. Like you can't, like STRs, you have to have a 30-day minimum stays. Is that an option for us?
Yes.
Okay.
You mean a 30-day maximum?
No, like Napa, you can't.
Oh, minimum.
rent-
Yes, sorry. I'm sorry.
Right? Yeah,
Yes.
Opposite.
That could be an option. Yeah.
that could be, okay, so we could add that. And how do you monitor this? You
Well,
just swap out
there's-
VRBOs and.
There are varying levels of how to do this, which is typically what was in a seminar today about increasing affordability for ADUs, generally speaking, not short-term rentals, but basically having them recertify every year that they are renting it out to some household. We don't care about income. We just want to make sure that it's not being used as a short-term rental.
Okay.
So, or owner occupied, it doesn't matter. It's increasing the permanent housing supply within the community.
Correct. Okay. Now number 5, Wait, I already saw it. We could change the number per acre. What about public schools that aren't being used as public schools? That was something that I had thought of, like the Maher School.
Right. Actually, several jurisdictions that I know of are looking at institutions broadly spoken, quasi-public. I should mention that this one is not one that we recommended as the suite.
Right.
It's something that we definitely can look at. And the reason it's not part of the reason, at least from my understanding, is the process to actually make these changes happen would be a long time. And we don't have, we'd have to deal with getting developers, we have to rezone, we have to get developers involved, et cetera, all these things. There was just too many moving parts to do something right away, especially since the law already allows them to do certain things.
And isn't there a new law being considered that would basically do this anyway, right?
I am not sure about that.
Pretty sure I can go look.
Huh? Which one? SB4?
I'll have to
There's-
look.
there-
Scott Wiener's doing the one for the
Yes,
churches, right? Yeah.
The one that's on the books right now is I don't know anybody has used it, but I think other jurisdictions are currently looking at something like this. For example, Orinda, for example, a lot of other jurisdictions in Southern California.
Okay.
Can I ask a
Good.
follow-up on that?
Please, yeah.
Yeah, if number 5 is something we want to do, why wouldn't we do it even if it would take a long time? You got to start sometime to do it. And if the law changed next year to make it happen,
Right.
in the meantime, wouldn't we have gotten some credit with HCD
True.
for coming in with this?
Yeah.
So what is the issue with not?
I don't know. You have ideas. I have no idea.
I think all of these options are viable. I think just felt the others were larger gestures towards these different angles of addressing AFFH. And so if council sees this fitting into the mix, that's fine by us. We'll take direction.
Okay, thank you.
And can we also make sure that they're big? I mean, like they're over an acre or something.
Yeah,
Okay,
we can
add that. Right?
So the programs are like the details would be hammered out following in the implementation of the housing element.
Perfect. And then number 6, I had a couple questions. The way I read this, when you say existing envelope, I was saying somebody was going to take the house and have to stay inside and have 4 kitchens and 4 bathrooms and 4 units and 4 sets of egresses. Or it would be like a group home. I read those as, a cheap way to convert these things. Or is that what's implied in here too? Not just tear it down and build 4 separate things, right?
Yeah, so the intention was not a tear down rebuild. It was a reuse of existing structure, but group homes are permitted in the city. And we can encourage that. That had not.
Those are, the group homes are for special classes or something, right? They're run as an institution, right? Right. This would be not an institution. It'd just be 4 people or 4 groups of people.
The idea here was actually up to 4 separate units total within an existing building. And the idea here really is not for group homes, just with a common kitchen or something like that, because you can already do that. What we're trying to do is create more units. A group home is a single unit, regardless of the number of people who live there.
Okay. So then my question is, I went straight to what, this is like a new class of a building, right? It's a new class. So we'd have to go through the building.
It's technically a 4-plex or a duplex. You're turning a single family home into a
Okay,
duplex.
it's just a 4-plex. So you would look at it as a triplex or a 4-plex
Mhm.
in the existing. Okay, all right. Thank you. I was just confused. And then when you say within a 1/4 mile downtown, what is that? It seems kind of.
Yeah, the 1/4 mile of the outer boundary of the downtown specific plan districts.
So where are you thinking that is? Does that include the R6s? Does,
Yeah,
so, so downtown is just the commercial zone along Mount Diablo.
yes,
And so this is within a quarter mile in all directions of that strip of Mount Diablo.
correct.
Okay.
But the outer boundary of those districts.
Right.
Yes.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
All right. Would it be possible to desirable, not desirable, to defer a decision on this until the July 28th meeting? And the reason I ask you that question is that this affects, particularly item 1B, affects a large portion of Lafayette residents. And I suspect that many of them are not aware that we're talking about this tonight, since it was the first time they would have seen it would be when the staff report was posted last week. So would there be any problem in the timing with HCD if we discuss this tonight, but did not make a decision until the 28th?
I will defer to Mr. Wolf on that question. I know that we have a meeting with our HC person this week.
This week,
Yeah.
correct? Yeah.
And so we would ostensibly have to cancel that and push it off to another time. Is that correct?
If the council wanted to defer any guidance on any of the items in the staff report, if there were one that you wanted to hold off on, that we could have a follow-up conversation with the reviewer, but still continue and have a conversation about the ones that you provided direction on this evening.
Okay.
But
Right.
it has been some time to get the audience. And so we believe that we could push out and still have a timely meeting with them if that's the council's direction.
Okay. And then we get a number of comments from our residents about HCD and their authority. And just I want to make sure that there's some clarity about what HCD's authority is in and what its role is in implementing the HFFA requirements.
AFFH.
Requirements, yeah.
The law that the state law, which was modeled on the federal law, which was AB 686, gives HCD direct authority to require, and it's explicit in all the things that we're talking about in terms of mobility, increasing opportunities to access to services, access to high resource areas. The mobility question is the one primarily that we're dealing with here, is creating options for people who may not have high incomes, may have median incomes, to move into high single family, high resource single family neighborhoods. So HCD has issued guidance and has authorized by the state legislature to issue this guidance.
Okay.
It tells us we have to do this.
Okay, so it's a legislative
Correct.
deferral of authority. Okay, great. Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions for staff? Okay.
Well,
so-
I would love to get, a little bit better clarification on 1B. I find it difficult for myself to understand, like, how much more how much more is this helping? And just seeing the charts or the explanation, and much less if to have the public chime in on that as well. I feel like it could just use a little bit more help on, like, an example of what is happening. Yeah, give us a couple examples here, because there's just a lot to digest here in terms of how it is. I can understand 1A pretty well, how that works, but 1B looks quite nuanced. I guess I would love to just hear a little bit more explanation on how 1B works.
So you're asking for an example of what difference it would make if they made the change, how that would affect an individual homeowner?
Sure. Tell me how a homeowner approaches this so that it creates more, that it helps AAFFH. What's happening every year? More and more people are doing what to create more opportunity?
So property owners with a lot, or a property owner with a lot that's 12,000 square feet or greater could subdivide into 2 lots. And that's creating a smaller property, therefore somewhat cheaper, cheaper property and more housing units in the market.
Okay, got it.
Housing stock.
And so could a developer, when a house sold to a developer, then the developer could split the lot at 12,000 or greater and then build 2 homes there.
Correct.
Okay. And when the existing lots versus new lots and the chart there, R6 existing, R6 new, and R10 existing and new. Maybe you could just go row by row and what's existing and what's new and in that example.
So my understanding from the zoning text is that this first column was created when the zoning text was enacted. And then they kind of froze those lots in time and said from here on out, new lots in R6 will meet these standards. The intention behind that is unclear. And then of course there's the R10 zoning district established for those larger 10,000 square foot lots. So the proposal would be to have all R6 and all R10 lots subject to this first column.
So on that column 2, which reads 10,000 and 10,000, that minimum lot area, those numbers have changed to 6,000, 6,000.
Correct.
And then just going down the row, my eyesight's not so great here, but
60-foot average lot width.
60, 80 and 80 go down to 60. And 90, 90, 90 stays the same. 2.5 stories stays the same.
Correct.
But then the side yards go down to 5 feet.
Correct, from 10 feet.
And the back, the setback in the rear are the same.
Yes. Correct.
20. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, any others? All right, so let's open it to public comment. City Clerk Robbins, is there anyone in the hall who would like to speak?
Yes, we have several speakers here in the meeting room that would like to speak. Anyone else that wishes to address the city council on item 10B, please fill out a yellow speaker slip. So we will take members here first, and our first speaker is Bill Bucher. He will have 3 minutes.
Welcome again.
Thank you. Bill Bucher. I live at 3649 Boyer Circle. So as I see this, while we struggled for several years to figure out our RENA numbers, we now have been hit with another state mandate that we find that we comply with some of the things that were outlined today. So I'm going to give you a couple perspectives on things and hopefully give you some ideas. I appreciate the effort you all have to do to try to find this and make this work. As I understand it, is if we don't come in compliance with this, there's some bigger consequences. So I guess that's why you guys are paid the big bucks. Okay, so I want to go on record to say that I support number 2, the junior ADU, number 3, in multi-development, things having the range of homes be of size that would also increase it. And number 5, the church site opportunity or the public opportunities. I take a little different approach in that what I see in Lafayette is very obviously market rate, higher end expensive homes. And if we're going to make it affordable or make it an option for people to this missing middle, which I believe is what we're trying to come into compliance with, we need to find a way to make that happen. Now, I absolutely, a second note is I don't speak for any group and I don't speak for any neighbor. I speak for myself. But I absolutely disagree with staff's outline of 1A and 1B. I think that's too much of a blanket approach, and I don't think that's correct. Given that, I look to say is how can we get houses that are affordable? And I'll give you a couple examples. When Orinda, when the John Kennedy School left and there was a big site there, that was not redeveloped into multi-million-dollar homes, but rather townhomes that were on a rather small lot, which when I looked at them several years ago when they first, were at a different price point than your typical Orinda house. Why I was never a supporter, I'm still not, of the terraces project with apartments. And I'm not a supporter, I was more of a supporter of the 42 homes in there, but with a lot of amenities. But one thing that always struck me is why a development such like the John F. Kennedy development wasn't proposed there with townhomes, which would allow a different level of income people to get into Lafayette and become homeowners, not renters or not that, because that's the key to me, is to get more homeowners who take an interest in the community and stay here. So we have the R10 zoning is probably, I think, the most significant or largest amount of homes in our city. And I just don't think having a blanket approach to that. But I will tell you from a development standpoint, and I'm a small residential developer, I buy one house at a time and rehab it. One of the problems with it is we already have SB 9, which allows me to go into any home or any lot and split it. So if I was to go into a neighborhood and buy that house, and it's a 1,500 square foot rancher and I'm on a 1/4 acre lot, the economics of tearing it down, splitting the lot, putting in utilities and meeting the setback requirements really don't make it feasible.
I'm
So-
going to have to ask you to.
Right. So I'm trying to get you in compliance. A way to get in compliance is there probably are selected neighborhoods in the R6 and R10 that could have duplexes in them. You might want to look at modifying some of the zoning in those areas that make sense for townhome or duplex type development that's closer to town. So I just give you that option. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions for the speaker? No. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Rebecca Callahan Klein, followed by Cameron Atkinson.
And just a reminder that it's a 3-minute limit.
Great. First of all, I just wanted to say thank you very much. I know this has been a multi-year process, and it makes me very proud as a resident to have as committed and thoughtful staff working on these issues, as much education of all of us about what it means to be an inclusive community. And also to hear a lot of different perspectives with a lot of passion and be able to come back with recommendations. I wanted to say that my family, my husband Jonathan and I and our children strongly support all of the recommendations that were provided here. We think it's everyone's responsibility in the community to provide affordability for existing and future residents, and both in rental housing and affordable homeownership. And because of that, we particularly support the changes that would upzone in our own neighborhood. We would like to see more ADUs. We have one in our backyard that we have voluntarily rent restricted to allow mothers, single moms with children to live with us, and others, to make sure that there was a place for everyone. We really appreciate the portfolio approach, I know you've limited it to 4 recommendations, but I do want to, as a person of faith, express a desire to have, if we can get the 5th one in, we'd love to see it, even if it has a longer time frame. If it prevents us from taking action on the first 4, put it aside. But if we can include it, we'd love to see that. And the same with recommendation number 6. We love Lafayette because it's a community that's forward-looking, and this is a place where we would like to see Lafayette being at the top of the list of communities that are doing things to expand affordability rather than potentially being a laggard. And I know that's not where we're going to end up, but we want to make sure that that happens. And the last thing is, I don't know the numbers behind this, so question, I would love to know, if we adopt this portfolio, what's the net kind of impact of how many more units might we have in our community, and would that satisfy the requirements for the housing element? I'm assuming it will, but I just wanted to say, if we need to do more, please ask us all to step up to find more ways to do that. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there questions from the speaker? No. Okay, I just want to ask staff just to confirm that this does not impact our arena numbers or numbers that would, well, if there were additional units, they would meet the RENA goals, but we are not proposing this as something to meet our RENA target.
Correct.
Okay.
Next speaker, Camera Atkinson, followed by Andy Brown.
Hi, I'm Cameron Adkison. I live at 3374 Moraga Boulevard. And I support the idea of having and increasing the number of units that we all can absorb. What I would encourage and what didn't seem reflected in some of the staff recommendations, especially in the zoning that is targeted in the majority of the recommendations, is the creek. And so a lot of us along Moraga Boulevard, Victoria Avenue, and then on the other side too, that's particularly highlighted in the yellow slide with that rezoning recommendation. We already have significant creek side setbacks restricting our buildable footprints on our lots. And so the idea that there's a 15-foot rear setback, that doesn't matter because our rear setbacks are huge. We have a 10,000 square foot lot. It's 50 feet wide and we have a huge creek in the back. Our buildable footprint is less than 1,800 square feet. And because of that, in our neighborhood, there are stretches of our neighborhood without sidewalks that are restricted with parking. Our family had a car on Moraga Boulevard sideswiped by a subcontractor from the city in a construction truck because it's so narrow and it just didn't gauge that. So we lost a car to like just traffic in the neighborhood. We have bikers, we have all kinds of people who use our streets. Our kids walk to get to the trail and back. And the idea that we could have developers come in and buy single family homes, subdivide them into 2 lots, and then potentially add 8 units. It just seems extreme, especially with the 35-foot height limit. I think that the recommendations around adding another JDU are reasonable. I think adding an ADU with a JADU is fine. I support the idea of having more availability in our neighborhood and maintaining the character of our neighborhood. What I would encourage too is looking at the historical side setbacks in our neighborhood are actually narrower than what's recommended. So the 5-foot minimum, 10-foot, or aggregate of 15-foot, 5-foot minimum, our lot and then that of our neighbors, we only have 2.5 feet on each side on one side, and then we have 5 feet on the other. So in order for us to add anything anywhere, it would have to be in front. So the other idea that I would propose for staff to consider is the possibility of reducing the front setback when we have a creek to maybe 15. And that might allow more people to add a staircase or a bathroom for a JADU as part of their home when we're so restricted to the back part of our lots in our neighborhood in particular. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Andy Brown, followed by Janet Thomas, and Janet Thomas would be our last speaker.
Okay, welcome.
Good. Hi, thanks. Thank you all for your diligent and thoughtful work throughout these past years working on our housing element. I have never been more impressed with our city, observing this educated, democratic, and compromise-oriented process that was put in place to handle the massive uplift of units required by RENA. And reading HCD's response to the city's plan, which was a response that required additional and arguably subjective work towards AFFH, was both frustrating and disappointing. Regarding staff proposals, I do not think the city should enact proposal 1A or 1B. The city and its various stakeholders have already done so much work on thoughtful downtown rezoning, and the city has already received much feedback throughout the housing element process to not rezone neighborhoods. Regarding 1A, downtown adjacent lots, which are typically R6, already are the city's densest neighborhoods with mostly small houses on small lots. This housing stock in its current form meets critical needs and in many cases is already a more affordable price point. There are occasional remodels on a rare double lot, and that garners significant sale prices, but that's an outlier and not a norm. These homes are mainly bungalows and cottages and already oftentimes have rented out ADUs. This already meets many needs. And rezoning these areas eliminates this type of needed housing. And it would greatly change the neighborhood without even meeting key objectives of AFFH. Because if this was a sincere approach to AFFH, it would distribute policy throughout the city into lower density neighborhoods and not just continue policy proposal focused on the area south of Mount Diablo Boulevard, which is already dense. Regarding 1B, I feel that there's unintended consequences of these proposals, and many in the city don't fully understand what 1B completely entails. But regarding all the feedback that we've had throughout the past 2-3 years, it doesn't seem that it needs to happen. Policies 2, 3, 4, and 5 seem to most meet the spirit of AFFH because they offer opportunity throughout the city without taking anything away from neighborhoods. Rezoning church and faith-based parcels, which are inherently community-based, provides community-based opportunities in a positive way. In essence, I think that to provide for AFFH opportunities in Lafayette should be an equitable one throughout the city to truly enact it as it is intended. And this can be accomplished without upzoning any neighborhood. It can be done with numbers 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Oh, thank you very much.
Final speaker in the room is Janet Thomas.
Good evening. I'm Janet Thomas, 3206 Palomares, and I too would like to thank the City Council and staff for the years of work now that have gone into our housing element. I'm here tonight to promote the vision of Lafayette as a vibrant city with a thriving, involved citizenry, family, community focused, interested in preserving the open spaces and good schools that are cornerstone of our culture. And as we talk about what we want for our community in the future, I hope we embrace creating more of a place for the missing middle class, for families of our teachers, nurses, policemen, public servants, store owners, employees. I support the options presented by staff tonight to loosen some of the zoning in some of our neighborhoods. I don't feel such changes would result in dramatic changes in the nature of our city, as some fear, but would allow potential for increased numbers of houses, smaller in size, and potential home ownership or rental for those who might not be able to currently afford or rent in Lafayette. I also support potential to build on church property and promoting a range of unit sizes by establishing an average, as was mentioned, and allowing duplexes or fourplexes in some areas. My husband and I have currently moved into an ADU, 1/2 the size of our old house, which is now occupied by our son and his family 100 feet away. And we realize we really don't need a large yard to be able to appreciate the natural beauty of this area. The city, through design standards, has the ability to create criteria for building so that a lot 6,000 square feet gives ample space for a family home without deterring from the comfort of neighbors. As our city grows, we'll face challenges such as need for more public spaces, for enhanced transportation opportunities, but I feel we have the talent and creative energy to meet these challenges. As a retired local high school teacher and director of the Lafayette Community Garden, I know many young families. Some live in very small spaces, apartments or townhouses, and would love to have the opportunity to buy or rent a house here in town. Young families struggle to stay here. Child care costs run about $2,500 a month. Property taxes, insurance, rising healthcare costs, all are rising, as you know. We need to be aware of this as we plan and consider ways to offer opportunities for a new generation of community members to join us in keeping Lafayette vibrant and alive. So I ask the City Council to please keep this in mind as they give direction to staff. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions? Okay, thank you.
We'll now go to the speakers in the participating by Zoom, and our first speaker is Allison Hill.
Good evening, City Council and staff. I would like to thank you for the ongoing work in this area and was pleased to see Inclusive Lafayette, of which I am a member, named in the report. One of our concerns is with the missing middle, the smaller and more affordable homes in the area. One thought that I've had for a long time is, why are we continuing to approve huge houses of 4,000 up to 8,000 or more square feet? And not a word is said about that. But the thought of a duplex or a fourplex adding up to less than that causes horror and is changing the character of our neighborhoods. It would be the same amount of land and probably the same number of cars, because usually a large house has quite a few cars, whereas a smaller house has one or perhaps two. So I think we're not looking at this rationally, or we're not looking at the footprint of these homes. We would certainly be making more homes available if we had smaller homes available, which would be cheaper, but also less of a footprint on our land. We could fit 4 where we now fit 1. And the idea that this would greatly increase the traffic, I don't think is reasonable. I have lived in a neighborhood that's kind of on the fringes of one of these areas that's been looked at. I'm not quite sure if I would be affected or not affected. But in the 50 plus years I have lived in this area and walked and driven along Moraga Boulevard, for instance, for the first around half of that time, there were not cars parked on the street in my neighborhood or on Moraga Boulevard. Now there are cars parked everywhere. And so there are way more cars in Lafayette than there once were, not a whole lot more people. So this great fear of traffic is mostly caused by all these people, not all these people, but all these cars. So I'm just wanting us to have a little more perspective in the size of the dwelling units and allowing more of the smaller ones using many of these great ideas that staff have come up with. We can fit more people into our space without greatly changing the character of it, and give more people the ability to live in a city which we appreciate. And speaking for myself alone, could not afford to live in if I hadn't come over 50 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? Okay, thank you.
Next speaker is Max Henniger.
Good evening. Can folks hear me okay?
Yes, you're welcome. Welcome.
Great, thank you. Good evening, folks. Max Henninger here, Board of Inclusive Lafayette. First, I want to applaud staff for a bold proposal tonight that will meaningfully increase housing opportunities in Lafayette and affirmatively further fair housing. There are several proposals from staff tonight that Inclusive Lafayette can support. In particular, 1A and 1B, and 2 are a great start. And 5, the church-owned site proposal, that could be very impactful for 100% affordable projects at a slightly higher density than is being proposed in the recommendations. We look forward to submitting a letter to council with some more specific suggestions about all of those proposals. But tonight, I want to address an argument that I've heard at these meetings before and a little earlier tonight, which is around affordability, specifically that missing middle housing won't be affordable. And there's an element of truth there. A new market rate unit in a Lafayette fourplex won't be, quote, affordable like the project that you funded earlier tonight. Frankly, the only way to build new, deeply affordable housing in the Bay Area is either through more public subsidy for 100% affordable projects, or through have it being part of a market rate project, either through inclusionary or through density bonus. And frankly, at Inclusive Lafayette, we think council should increase the local money for more affordable housing, either through a local levy, or at the very least by waiving impact fees for 100% affordable projects, which at one point it looked like council was considering as part of the housing element process. But new missing middle housing is still far more affordable than the status quo. And that's because the status quo in Lafayette is single family. As of May this year, the Zillow Home Value Index in Lafayette is $2 million. With a simple affordability calculation, say 7% interest, 20% down payment, home insurance, property taxes, etc., That $2 million is affordable at 390% area median income for Contra Costa County. That's a household income of over $500,000 a year. So what about a 2-bedroom condo and a 4-plex? Well, a 2-bedroom condo at the Woodbury condo complex off of Mount Diablo, that goes for just under $1 million. So using the same assumptions, 7% interest, etc., that 2-bed condo is affordable at 190% of AMI. So is that affordable for someone who qualifies for the Sunflower Hill project? No. But is it affordable for an upper middle class family that's considering between Lafayette or a rapidly gentrifying neighborhood in Oakland? Yes. Or maybe the alternative to the Lafayette 4-plex is a new 4,000 square foot house in exurban Sacramento or Phoenix. What kind of carbon emissions are being baked into our planet's climate by us failing to approve missing middle housing in relatively temperate and transit accessible Lafayette? So thank you for considering these big decisions. We're really excited about the direction it's going, and I'm happy to share my spreadsheet with the calculations I referenced earlier in case any of you would like more information. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions? I have a quick question. You said you supported 1A, 1B, 2, and 5. Do you have a view on 3, 4, 6, and 7?
We want to look at them a little bit more closely. We did have some initial concerns, but we haven't had a chance to confer as a board yet. So we'll be sure to get you a timely letter with some recommendations.
Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker is Sharon Farley.
Good evening. Thank you for all your hard work. I really appreciate it so very much. First of all, I need to make a clarification. I sent you a letter earlier today saying that I opposed program 5. I do not oppose program 5. I think it's wonderful, especially because I think that churches are really well situated to provide certain services and programs that other people can't. I agree with Councilmember Candell that the utilization of vacant school property for housing would be a really good addition to church properties. I have a question, and that is that I really need some clarification on what is meant by a quarter mile from downtown. It's just so nebulous to me. Renata, I know you explained it, but if you could just explain it again, I would be very grateful. Again, I support programs 2, 3, 4, and 5, and I oppose program 1A, 1B, 6, and 7. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for the speaker? Okay, we'll come back to her question at the end.
Our next speaker is Libby Henry.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I want to thank you for bringing this forward tonight, and thank Diana and Renata for their work. But I'm very concerned about this. I'm glad that the mayor has recommended that there be no vote on this today, that more time and public hearings should be considered. If you took information or recommendations from Inclusive Lafayette, you should give the same opportunity to other members of the community that have, I'm sure, a lot of ideas that have been submitted previously. I sent a letter earlier, and I'm very much opposed to upzoning of any single family home neighborhoods in this town. SB 9 was written for totally the benefit of wealthy developers to come in to single family home neighborhoods to do just exactly what I believe Wei Tai mentioned, to split the lot and then be able to build up to 6 units on each parcel. in a single family home neighborhood. I have a friend who is experiencing that very thing in Albany right this moment, in back of him and to the side of him. And he is overwhelmed with being upset, to say the least. So anything to avoid that, this a quarter mile up, north and south of Mount Diablo Boulevard, that goes up Happy Valley Road, that goes up Laurel Lane, that goes up Glen Road. It goes into many single family neighborhoods. It obviously includes all of Moraga Boulevard. So the Trojan horse idea of SB 9, people think, oh, good, we get to build ADUs. Well, that's not what SB 9 is intended for. And I think that most of the council already knows that. But I thought I'd point it out. As for SB 4, it was just heard in Natural Resources this afternoon. I listened to the hearing. I don't know whether it passed or not, but I just thought I'd let you know that. And I think it has one more committee to go to before it goes to the floor to be voted on. And I was going to make one other point. It just seems like there's so much misinformation regarding in any of the housing bills that makes a requirement for anybody for making anything affordable. People keep talking about, we need more affordable housing. Well, that's great. There's nothing that says the developer has to make anything affordable, particularly if it's under 10 units.
Thank you. I'll have to ask you to wrap it up.
Well, I just want to say, so numbers 1 and 2 are not viable solutions at this point. And I think you need to take more input from other members of the community that have done a lot of work toward this, other than Inclusive Lafayette.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions?
Libby, I think that it was SB 423 that was heard today, right?
SB 423 and SB 4.
Oh, both of them.
Trust me, I sat through both of them.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Our
Clerk
next,
Robbins, how many more speakers?
we have 5.
5, okay.
Our next speaker is Chance Bereshki. And if you would like to correct my pronunciation, please feel free.
No, that was quite close. I appreciate it. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, members of the public present. My name is Chance Beretsky, and I'm here representing the 2,500 members.
Can you speak up? You were very difficult to hear you. If you could speak a little
Sorry, my
louder.
apologies. Is that a bit better?
That's much better. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. I've changed my microphone settings just a little bit. Apologies for that. My name is Chance Beretsky, and I'm here representing the 2,500 members of East Bay for Everyone. We're a network of people working for the future of housing and transit in the East Bay. I want to take a moment first to recognize the critical work of city staff and consultants in preparing these recommendations. I wouldn't have the privilege of speaking to you about these issues without their work as a basis. We do have different feelings on the particular package of recommendations that should be adopted, but again, this work is fundamental to have a basis for discussion. We as an organization strongly support both items 1A and 1B. These provisions are the most important of the 8 for promoting fair housing development in Lafayette. Current zoning in the areas covered by these provisions is a de facto ban on affordable housing development, with land prices being what they are. It's extremely difficult to fit affordable housing projects of any kind in areas that are zoned like this. Focusing development in the R6 zones, which are prime locations near Lafayette schools and Lafayette BART, which is quite underutilized, focusing development in these areas would reduce the traffic burden of new development and put new housing near accessible jobs. We do feel that 30 dwelling units per acre is a better target than 20. That would cover more of the full range of missing middle housing options, which do run up to 45 units per acre for some types. We would also suggest consideration of expanding some of these rezoning efforts to D1 areas, the current duplex zoned areas. Now, option 1B on its own would not be sufficient. We don't feel that a move from roughly 4 to roughly 7 dwelling units per acre in these single family zoned areas is going to be appealing to developers. And retaining this single family zoning really does little to further fair housing, it just might build more housing units. And we do share the concern expressed previously in this meeting about, McMansion development with potentially larger single-family units on smaller lots. Options 2, 6, and 7 are positive, and we support them, but would not be sufficient on their own. Option 2, we would really suggest a verification and monitoring process. We don't want to see disused ADUs, filled with household clutter instead of actually housing people. And we don't want to see ADUs that are designated for affordable housing being rented out at market rates, if that's the way that program is implemented. And option 6 is only a modest improvement on what SB 9 already allows by right. Option 7 references San Ramon in the specific set of recommendations, but that rezoning program in San Ramon also incorporated significant SFH upzoning. So that's an option that should be looked at there. We feel that option 3 should be considered separately. It's difficult to quantify the actual impact on housing stock, and those kind of changes to short-term rentals are not a substitute, we feel, to actually building more housing. We feel that option 4 is profoundly counterproductive, and that the better solution to increase development of smaller and more affordable units is simply to increase density. I see my time is up. I'll just note that we support option 5 as well. And I thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you very much. Other questions? Nope. Okay.
Next speaker is Lauren Herpick.
Hi, City Council. How are you doing? Lauren Herpick, 3382 Moraga Boulevard. I just want to say thank you to you, City Council, to staff, to committee members, commissioners, to members of the GPAC, and to the hundreds of residents who have participated in the town halls and online forums over the past 3 years. Correct, past 3 years. I think it's actually time for the City Council to push back on HCD. HCD goals, from my understanding, have already been satisfied, but I just feel like it's just constant moving of the goalposts. I'm really feeling right now that this is just the state bullying its way to get what it wants. As Ms. Henry had mentioned before, they've already passed SB 9. I'm just worried about the future of our town. Here we're back at the drawing board. We've had countless conversations, meetings about this, and it just seems like no matter what is said, HCD will always come back saying, nope, not enough. They're going to keep coming back until we give them what they want. And to be honest with you, I really am just at the point now where I'm worried about the future of our town, not just from our character, but also who is going to volunteer on our commissions and our city councils if you are just going to be a rubber stamp? I really think that it's time to start pushing back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Our next speaker is David Clark.
Okay, I'm unmuted. I have a couple of quick comments about an inconsistency, I think, in the staff report. I want to point that out. I'm in favor of not moving forward with 1A. I support the staff in that, but I do want to make a couple of comments about why. On page 3 of the staff report, in the penultimate paragraph, it mentions that the intention is to make a broader impact on housing choice and mobility in areas outside the downtown. You turn the page on page 4, item 1A, in the second, well, it looks like the second paragraph there, about the 5th line says, the benefit of this option is all of these are near the downtown. So we've got a result which doesn't match what the stated goal was in the first place. So I think that inconsistency is reason enough not to move forward with 1A. In addition, a second argument, I think we fought this fight. That area that 1A addresses was largely off the table in the RENA discussion. And I understand that we're not doing this exercise with respect to trying to come up with specific lot designations. But nevertheless, I think we've had this conversation. I think it's a little disingenuous to try to use this argument to go back and do what we didn't do from the RENA perspective. So for those two reasons, I'm in favor of not moving forward with 1A, and I think the staff recommendations that they have currently are good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions? No, thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Carol Singer.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, good evening. Thank you for all your work, all of you. Very impressive. I do not favor 1A or 1B, but I have a technical question, I think. Maybe everyone understands it, but I don't. The first sentence in number 1 says, the current R6 zoning is effectively dwelling units per acre with lot sizes at a minimum of 6,000 square feet. Now that's the current R6 zoning. Then under 1B, it says, second sentence, currently the R6 and R10 zoning districts have a minimum lot size of 10,000 square feet for new lots that are created. All right. So the 6,000 above is for current lots, and the R6 zoning is for new lots, that the minimum 10,000. Now then it goes on to say this program would reduce the minimum lot size requirement from 10,000 square feet to 6,000 square feet. It does not say anything about new lots. So are you saying that the program would reduce the minimum lot size requirement from existing lots if somebody wanted to combine the lots, or what does that exactly mean? Between new lots and current lots.
Okay, so we'll reserve that question and ask and answer it after the end of public comment.
Okay, thank you, because I've talked to a number of people who are very confused about what that all means, because and then does this either for the new lots or the current lots or whatever it means, are we talking about all of R6 or R10 lots in Lafayette, or just what the map shows? Those are two questions that the public is very confused about. So if you could answer those questions, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Cheryl McDonald.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Awesome.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for all the work that's been done. I support the mayor's idea of continuing this or voting against 1A and 1B. But there are a lot of people that don't know about this. I talked to a few people today and a few people yesterday, and they were like, what's happening? And I don't know anything about this. And so if that's the few people that I've talked to, multiply that out, I think there are a lot of residents that have been down this road and participating that don't know this is happening tonight. I support Kendall's school possibilities of the mayor's school. I think that's a good option. I support the churches. I support the junior ADUs, but I really think that there are a lot of people that don't know this is happening, and maybe even continuing the whole thing would be a good thing to get more residents' perspective. And I do think that there are other views that should come in besides Inclusive Lafayette. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Other questions? Okay, thank you.
Next speaker is Robert Lavoie.
Is there anyone after Mr. Lavoie? Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Great, thank you. Thanks for all your input and discussion tonight. I wanted to double clarify the mayor's question about the height limit. Is that also true for with density bonuses? The 35-foot limit citywide? I believe it's not. So I just wanted to make sure people understand that. Also, I agree with the mayor's suggestion and maybe Susan's about including the schools as well as the churches. So I'd just like to summarize quickly my robust suite and priority. And I think that it's important that we should focus on things that can economically be built more affordably. It's interesting that they say this whole effort is not focused on affordability, but just putting a mix of houses throughout the neighborhood. But then in the next breath, they're talking about, what's affordable. And so I think we really need to look at the options which have lower actual costs of building. So my first priority would be item number 5 from the staff recommendation for churches and schools. And I see no reason to limit it to 20 per acre like Orinda did, because Orinda doesn't have 25,000 people. So they get credit for 20 units when we need 30 to get credit for that. So there's no reason to go less than 30. We're going to need all the affordable units we can, and this is actually the most affordable, except for possibly ADUs. The second item is the junior ADUs, but no more than a 5-year deed restriction. It's a significant takeaway of property rights to put a deed restriction on there, but I also understand the need for the city to get affordable units. But people's needs change, and over longer than 5 years, I just don't think is fair for the owner. Modified staff item number 4, the ban of long-term rentals. I think it's really important to look at what I call permanent short-term rentals, which would be a unit that's purchased for the purpose of, short-term rentals long-term. Whereas compared to somebody who wants to just rent their house out when they go on vacation or something to help, with their family expenses, those should not be restricted. Staff item number 6, conversion of existing homes to 2 to 4 units within a quarter mile. Can we please get this drawn on a map so we know exactly what area we're talking about? I think this is a great idea because everybody talks about where the services are, and that's the bar, the shopping, the library, things like that are downtown. And if people want fewer cars used, they need to locate the housing there. And then finally, staff item 7, increase the max density in the lower density multifamily from 17 to 20. That truly is a modest increase. I think probably we should go to 30 on that. But if you leave it at 20, it would certainly show good faith that we're not just trying to get credit on the RENA, and that we're really looking to solve the affordable housing or the AFFH goals. So I think I'm out of time.
Yep.
And thank you so much for considering these things.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there questions? All right, thank you again.
Our final speaker is Kay Rasmussen.
Good evening, council members and mayor. It's Christine Rasmussen. I'm a resident of Burton Valley, and I'll be brief, but I just wanted to make a few comments about what was recommended by staff. On behalf of myself and my neighbors, we're very opposed to 1B. I think that it's important for the city council to also consider, I believe, a previous speaker mentioned that we cannot just have a increased density in every R10 and R6 zone. Broad brush is not going to work. A lot of these neighborhoods are, they have individual characteristics that would make it difficult or better for something to, or for someone to add more housing units on the current zoning that's given. So for example, in Burton Valley, even in Burton Valley, we have different areas in which would be more appropriate or less appropriate for having multiple housing units or increasing density. So for example, some of the areas are going to be excluded because of high fire zone, very high fire zone, which is understandable, but I also want you to consider that there are also areas that are surrounded by high fire zones. CPUCP map, I think it is, I can't remember the exact letters, but in any case, that's showing that, for example, part of Burton Valley is being touched, and I've lost my insurance, as a matter of fact, because of it, is a extreme high fire risk. So I don't want a broad brush to be just everywhere that's R10. I think we really, really have to consider exactly where we're looking when we place these, if we go this direction. Also, we have to think about evacuation. Burton Valley, for example, we have to deal with Moraga. They're going to be also increasing their amount of population who are going to be using St. Mary's Road and also Release Station Road, so Snake Hill, to evacuate. The more houses we add in these areas, the more cars are going to be here, despite what one of the previous speakers said. People will have cars when you're out in Burton Valley. And these are the things that we're going to have to consider. So once again, we cannot have a broad stroke that will just upzone all of these R10s and R6s. It just will not work. The other question, or the other support I had, was for the prohibiting of unhosted short-term rentals. I believe that it's really important that we focus in on different types of price points for rentals, and these short-term rentals, I think, are really taking units off the market. I myself have a unit that I always have thought about doing as a 30-day, but I also decided that it wasn't really fair to a lower income person, that it's nice to have someone who lives there permanently and it gives them a home. And I think that's much better than having unhosted short-term rentals. I also am in support of the mayor's school. That's come up several times. That area would be great for some different types of housing for teachers and firefighters and all the other people that are not of the higher incomes. And also the churches is an idea that I would support, except it would have to be for larger lots. Smaller churches, I think we're running into the same problem of overcrowding with vehicles and whatnot. I was a little concerned about the
have
Google
to ask
map.
you to wrap up.
Hurry up. Okay, sorry, I didn't know I was talking long. Just the the map that was given for the churches. There was a really strange church that was in the middle of Lafayette Valley Estates that it wasn't a real church. So I would just hope that if we did go the church direction, that we were making sure they were legitimate organizations. So anyway, thank you very much for your time, and I appreciate all the work that staff did. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions? All right. Are there any other speakers, either in the room or online?
We have no further speakers.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the council. It is now 9:30. We will take a break. We're going to break for 5 minutes. So we'll be back. We'll round it up. We'll be back at 9:40. Okay, it's 9:40. We're back in session. First thing, let's take the questions that were raised during public comment. And the first question related to what does the quarter mile from downtown mean? So Ms. Robles, do you want to respond to that?
Yes, I will pull up a map that can be a helpful demonstration. Okay, so it's a lot of colors. But you can make out a red outline here of our downtown zoning districts. And so the option for the program would be a quarter mile from that red line.
Okay.
And so that program also, staff had recommended eliminating very high fire hazard zones. So these areas that we know are in high fire zones would be excluded from that proposal.
Okay, thank you. Any questions about that? Okay, thank you. Then the next question was about the R6, R10, 6,000 square feet, 10,000 square feet, current and existing. Can you respond to that?
Yes. So I will pull up that table one more time. Just a moment. So the proposal in program 1B is to convert all R6 and R10 zoning districts to the R6 standards for existing lots. All R6 and R10 zoning districts would be subject to R6 zoning regulations for existing lots. And there was one more.
What that practically means then is if anyone wants to do any sort of addition with their home, the left-hand column is going to apply.
Yes.
Okay, and then the another question was, is it intended to cover all R6 and R10 or just those that were shown on the map?
So I believe this question was in reference to the map shown under 1A in the staff report. So this would not apply to the areas shown in that map. It would rather apply to all R6 and R10 zoning districts throughout the city.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, Mr. Lavoie wanted to clarify the height limit. And how does the density bonus impact the 35-foot height limit in these zoning areas?
The same way it would impact 35-foot height elsewhere in the city. First, you'd have to have, in order to get the density bonus, you'd have to provide a certain percentage units as affordable. And a small development, generally speaking, is not going to be able to do that. So theoretically, the 35-foot density could be superseded, but in all likelihood, it would not, because the developments would not be large enough to trigger density bonus.
Because it is zoned single family.
Okay, thank you. All right, now, just make a proposal that the way we discuss this is first, if anyone wants to discuss it just on a general level, we'll do that. And then start in and take it with 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, so we can have a feeling of progress, and then come back to 1A and 1B. And then with the same understanding as we did with the budget, that nothing is finally agreed until everything is agreed. So I anticipate when we go through 2, 3, we'll talk about whether we think it could be included, but we wouldn't be making a final decision about including it until we've gone over every item. Does that sound acceptable? Okay, so comment, just general comments anyone would like to make. And no one should feel compelled to make a general comment, but just an opportunity.
I'll just make a general comment. Thank you, staff, for bringing this back in response to the letter. And I do agree with many of the comments I heard that it is a bit frustrating because we toiled on this for the past 3 years, and we are going at it from different perspective on affordable fair housing. But it is tough because we don't have control over that part about how affordable it is. It's market, it's driven, cost driven. That being said, these are a good suite of options that I look forward to discussing further. But I am wary of the unintended consequences of some of them. So just keeping that in mind. I gather well, okay, I'll leave it there, but thank you again for this work, these options.
Okay, and let me just, I agree completely on unintended consequences. So when we go through these, I think it'd be useful to draw those out. So we're all aware of what each of us sees as possible unintended consequences. Any other general commentary? Okay, so let's start with item number 2. Do we want to include this in our suite?
I definitely support this one. And I thought the 10 years was reasonable. But I could be convinced of otherwise of that. But I think this is one of the real things that can actually help get more affordable housing in our city. So definitely support it.
Okay, other comments? I definitely
I'm also supportive of number 2. I think the 10-year versus 5 years, I think a community member, I do think things do change, but also if you were to bring in a lower an income restricted unit, that person would want some surety that they would be able to live in there for some time and not really have to worry almost, quite soon after moving in. So I think 10 years is still in the range of reasonable there, just to get something going to ensure that's there. So I'm supportive of number 2 as is with the 10-year.
I'm supportive of this as well, as it exists with the typical 10 years.
Okay, and I do as well, noting that there are details that need to be fleshed out, of course. Okay, number 3, the average unit size.
I support that. I'd like to get some more information on how it is playing out. Like, is it really getting our intended goal of not getting, of getting smaller units that we would think are more affordable in those other cities? And get some of their better explanations of that. But otherwise, I agree with that's a good idea.
I have similar concerns to Councilmember Candell. It's like, I think the intent is good and I wonder if it really works. I think, does the market respond to this in a way that achieves our goal? Sort of a question mark in my mind. I mean, I would look to staff's recommendations and their experience here. I wouldn't put it on here if it wasn't something that was a mechanism that other cities are using, and having it in your pocket to go into discussions with HCD sounds like a good thing. So just having it in the pocket is probably better than not having it. So I'm supportive.
I think in theory, I support this. I looked at Petaluma, and what they were doing was potentially establishing a minimum densities, which was interesting. So, if there's like a mix of that would be, here's your average that you target, but I wonder if we want to consider that at all.
That was something discussed at GPAC, was establishing minimum densities, but the feeling was that most cities never, or most projects aren't trying to go beneath densities. So it was eliminated as a program for that reason. So it's not an issue that people are underdeveloping.
Oh, okay. I guess I was thinking more in terms of that affordable piece, like, if you established a minimum and then you did an average as a mix, maybe you could get some happy compromise in there. Thanks for that.
Okay, I would support it. I think this is the one that could have unintended consequences. The one thing I would ask is that someone check with Burlingame to see how the program is working there, and if there are any unintended consequences we should be aware of, but otherwise I'm okay. So I'm going to mark that down as okay with subject to check.
Yeah, and I think on the top of unintended consequences, at least for this item number 3, if it's not working, we don't have to do it forever, do we? On this one, I mean, on a 1A and 1B, I think that's a different story, but on this one, it's a policy for, I don't know, it doesn't have to be forever, right?
Let me expand on that question. I mean, that applies to a number of these things. If we see that they're not working, certainly I would hope that in the next housing cycle, we could change it.
I would think so, sure. I think that the way we structure the program, when we get to the point of putting the program in the housing element, we would give ourselves an option to have a mid-cycle review to determine its effectiveness. And if it's not effective, then we don't do it anymore. I don't think that that's the kind of thing that HCD would, I think that HCD would be okay with that. I think it's more things like, if you say you're going to upzone to meet your RENA and then you don't do it, that's a different kind of no.
Yeah.
This is not the same kind of thing.
Okay.
I think the only caveat I would add with this item and any other items that have SB 330 implications on our ability to reduce to a less intensive use, we'd have to be careful at checking that we don't do that if we were to change and create, for instance, in one of the options, the 1B option where we would potentially change lot widths and whatnot to a less restrictive use. If you wanted to go back to the higher, it could be problematic.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you. All right, number 4. Prohibiting unhosted short-term rentals.
Yeah, totally support that. And also, I would also look into having the 30-day minimum. I would be open to making sure that we had a minimum, like Napa County, they have to be at least 30 days long. And that really eliminates a lot of them as well.
Or hosted? Oh, you're
Yeah,
saying
yeah.
outright unhosted.
Right.
Okay,
And I would even be open to take it farther.
so
But-
you're in favor of eliminating unhosted
Right.
completely. Okay, other comments?
I think, again, it sounds like a good program. But was it a year or 2 years ago where we did contemplate rental policies, short-term rental policies, and we left it kind of as is now? So I'm thinking too, there were other things that maybe we can pursue, but for instance, TOTs on those, or some kind of impact if there were rentals that could go into an affordable housing fund. Just other things maybe we could augment with this, could maybe get those that are hosted, perhaps another way to get some optional funding from there. But I could support this prohibiting unhosted short-term rentals.
Councilmember Clark.
I'm mixed on this one. I see the value of having them, but also the value of, making more housing available by prohibiting unhosted. And I think again, given needing to go into the meeting with some changes that we may need to do if this is an effective mechanism, I guess I would have liked to know how many are we really talking about here? Hundreds of housings. I don't know that I understand this topic in the last 3 days to be able to say one way or the other. I think in general, I'm in favor of the Airbnb or the type of short-term rentals, but I'm willing to look at situations where it would be prohibited. But for the sake of today's discussion, I'm in support of number 4.
Okay, and I think it's fair to say that staff has looked at Airbnb and Verbo, and there are literally hundreds of Lafayette homes that are for rent in their entirety, which indicates they would be unhosted.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And I would also make a comment that this is one that I would not want to make a final decision on tonight, because if there are hundreds of homeowners who have bought homes in Reliance, then we need to give them a chance to come in. So I put 4 on the category of no final decision tonight. All right, and I'm definitely in favor of this, and I can see, well, anyway, no need to comment more. Okay, number 5, allow churches and religious institutions to build up to 20 units per acre on their sites. And just to confirm, I think you said it here, there's one church in the high fire severity zone, right? So we could. Yeah,
I believe
okay.
so. Yeah.
Correct. Okay, so comments, who would like to go first?
This makes sense to me, especially if they're asking, we can facilitate this. And whether development happens in this cycle or not, I agree with your earlier comment that it makes sense to get started on it, because it does make sense. I agree. And then also I would go to 30. I agree. Because then we could put them in our housing element, right? If we wanted to.
Yeah, if we got interest from the churches.
If that interest in stuff.
Let me ask, as I understand it, if you put a site, an opportunity site in the housing element, then it's looked at differently. If it's not built on, it's looked at differently in the next housing element, correct?
Explain what you mean by looked at differently. I know that if you reuse a site from one housing element, you have to make sure, like if we're for the sites that we're reusing from a prior housing element that never were previously, let's take the Brazzoni site, we have to make sure that that site can be built as of right if they provide X percentage of affordable.
Okay, so if we, and as you say, if we zone it at 20, then it's not eligible in any event. If we zone it at 30, is it presumed to be an opportunity site, but not unless we identify it? Okay, so we don't run into any problem that way. By making it 30 and it being deemed an opportunity site somehow.
It's not automatic, but it is a requirement in order to count towards lower income. The minimum density would have to, if we identified any site as an opportunity site.
You can have the density at 30 units. As an example, we don't have to include the church sites in the inventory. We can, if we can meet the inventory in another way, then that's fine. We can still zone them and then potentially get affordable units on those sites. I think the one concern, and I would pose this for the city attorney, is that if we include it in the inventory, would that trigger a re-review or a need to modify CEQA, the analysis? Because instead of looking at projects on a site-by-site basis, or when we do the rezonings or whatever we do for those sites, would we have to reopen for this round?
Yeah, but does anyone want to go down that road?
Let's go find out if she thinks it would be required.
Yeah, I just wonder even.
I think we would want to look at that issue for all of the items that are being recommended that weren't previously considered. So it's not just this item.
It's just that one.
Okay. Okay. All right, so
I'm in support of number 5, and I just would say I'm happy with something north of 20 units, 25 or 30, if it makes it pencil out more easily. I think just setting a number, but not knowing whether that's what the church can make pencil out, I would love to know a little bit more and be sure we set a number that's buildable and not just a number. And I don't know whether that's 20, but if it were 30, then that would be better for me.
Okay, so you're saying if we make it 30, you're giving more options to the church.
Yes.
For what would work, but then the neighborhood may have more concerns with a denser development.
Right.
So it's, okay.
But churches are just so uniquely suitable for affordable housing that there's so many examples, many cities around us. They've built really great projects on church sites.
Okay, so let's talk, everyone's in favor of including this. So it's 20, the question is what we're gonna,
Right.
I'm in favor of going with 30. So
Could we ask staff if a view between 20 or 24 or 25 or 30?
I mean, I think there is the argument to be made that there's, with a higher density, there is a flexibility for the churches to have the options. And it does that is the minimum standard for our minimum density for our opportunity sites, because that is the standard set for an area like ours for an affordable project to pencil. So those are definitely considerations. I think, we've been hearing a lot about neighborhood context, and one other consideration is kind of the feasibility of implementation. So one of the Turner Center actually prepared a report on the barriers to this kind of development on religious institutions. And one of them was kind of like technical capacity. So as a property owner, there's not necessarily the people on hand to kind of facilitate a larger scale development at that kind of density. But something like ADUs is easier, but could still fit within that 20 to 30. So that's all to say. 30 is great because it gives choice. But I don't think we have any specific number in mind.
Can I ask a question? How would we enable that? Would it be like an overlay on church sites type? Oh, okay. So we'd also want, I would imagine, to put standards on that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So kind of like the senior housing overlay, we could create that for religious institutions, schools.
yeah,
Okay.
so it's fair to say none of this is going to happen
Right.
immediately. We would be
Mhm.
putting it in as a program, things we'll look at, but we'd be working on over the next couple of years. Okay, so are we okay with 5 at 30?
Yes.
Yes. And what about school sites, like Mayor School? Do we want to go there?
Are there, yeah, I think that's a great idea. Are there any unintended consequences
Yeah.
of doing that? Or are those properties that we should hold in reserve for population increases? Where are we on that?
I think that's true, but the Mayor School has to be completely retrofitted from my understanding, right? It has to have a whole bunch of remodeling done, right? Made no better in order to actually run as a public school again.
But it is a big piece of land.
It's a huge piece of land. That's what I'm looking at.
I think we would want to confer with the school districts.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Before
Yeah, sure.
moving forward.
Okay, so that's another thing
Their
before
property.
next meeting. Okay, so that's another open question. Okay, number 6. Allow conversion of single family dwellings in that 1/4 mile. And are we all, well, I'd propose that we eliminate all the sites that are in the very high fire severity zones. Okay.
Yeah, I would agree. I think what's this one, it seems incremental and once again, it's in the property owner's choice. So if it's within the existing, I mean, I wouldn't know the parameters of how we would actually put standards on this about like how many walls or whatever, but it does make sense. And there already is existing inventory downtown that has fourplexes and duplexes that seem to work out pretty well. So I think allowing this is, I
I'm
agree.
unfortunately not for this one. This one has way too many questions for me. I don't know what it looks like. I don't know what it is. People don't know. I mean, a lot of people are going to be affected by this and they don't know about it, which is for me, definitely delay. But I just think it's and maybe it's telling that only one city did it, right? And I don't understand this one. I can't get my arms around it. I'm sorry.
I don't think we're saying this is the only city that's.
Oh, okay.
Okay, do you have any other comments?
You know, for me, again, it's like, we want to try to adhere to the spirit of what we're trying to do here, create more housing opportunities. So every one of these, I look with the metric, like, could this really happen? Or are we just going through the motions of changing something, but nothing's going to happen? So I want to just, to me, what's restrictive about this is that the builder has to do it within the existing development envelope. And a lot of times, maybe the older building was smaller in scale, but if you're going to try to do 2 or 3 or 4, and you have to stay exactly in there, then you're basically didn't help it out at all. You didn't really create the opportunity here. And so I guess I would say, is there a way, if that was a barrier that could be addressed by saying within 130% of the existing building envelope or something, but to keep it developed within the exact same envelope seems like, I don't know how many numbers we're actually going to get out of this.
Well, do we know other communities that have done this and what their experience has been?
This is all, sorry. This is all fairly new. I don't know if anybody has actually implemented it yet. I can find out.
Okay. Okay, so we'll put that as something to look into before next meeting.
Yeah, and I would note, that's true. We'd want to look at lot size and see if, if you're looking at 130%, would it still comply with whatever zoning is there in terms of setbacks and all the good stuff. So there's still definitely a lot of details that would be important to know. But to me, that's where all my questions were arising. It's just like, this one's so open.
Yeah.
I can't get my arms around it.
Okay, well, this one, I mean, I would not go to talk about expanding it 130, 140, whatever it is. I think the beauty of this is it is within the existing footprint. So a homeowner can decide, okay, I want to develop my home into 2 units, could be that a family members will live in the other part. It could be that they'll rent it out. But the beauty of it is that the house has minimal change to the outside. So there's not much change in neighborhood character. When I first read this, my concern, it comes back to someone who was talking about the cars, that when you have more families in these units, you get more cars on the street. But anyway, I just got to think about that.
So you view this sort of as no harm done.
I support this. I don't see a reason not to do this one.
I could see things that way too. It is like, to me, it was more restrictive in that the benefits were not that great, but no harm done if you're just going to put a wall down the middle of the unit, let 2 households live there. Is
Well,
that-
part of this is, let's just see how it works out. I mean, I don't see harm in doing this. Let me put it that way. And so we can speculate about how many might do it, but let's just do it and see. Again, I don't see a downside to doing it. So.
No, I agree. I don't see the downside, but devil's in the details, right? Los Altos Hills will definitely have a larger square footage of housing than our homes around the quarter mile of downtown. So it would be interesting. But my first thought was, well, that'll be up to each individual homeowner to see what they could creatively do to offer.
Okay, well, the way I'm reading this is that I've been putting okay by the ones we read in the package. I'm not going to put an okay by this, although I will note that 3 council members are in favor of it, but we'll wait until staff comes back at the next meeting to let us know what the experience has been in other communities. Okay, number 7.
Sure, I'd go even bigger. It's so few, it's such a small area, right? And those areas already are, and 17 to 20 doesn't seem big enough. I would do to 30. If we're going to do this, I would go to 30. That would be my thought.
Yeah, I couldn't do that without knowing more with more precision
Fine.
what these areas are.
Perfect. Yeah.
But I could definitely agree with it as stated here.
yeah, I would be same as 17 to 20 is incremental, manageable. 30 could be very impactful to the surrounding neighborhood. So I would definitely want to see that.
Okay, but let's say everybody's in favor of at least going to 20, right?
Sure.
Okay, so
sure.
who would like to go beyond that? Councilmember
I'd be
Kennedy,
willing to look at it, yeah.
anyone else?
More information.
To explore it.
Yeah.
Okay, so can we get more information on that? I think we want, or okay to include at 20. But we want information about the sites before going to,
Is there more clear direction on what information we can provide?
Probably just that map, that visual of the 17 to 20 at least, very least.
so the low, okay, yeah.
I
Yeah,
think you
can you
showed it,
put
yeah.
the,
I
put
can
the map
interact
up?
with the map up, yeah.
There's two areas.
Actually, why don't we,
We can just wait.
let's leave this.
It's fine.
Each of us can look at the map and think about it rather than, I don't think we're gonna make a decision about this.
Okay.
Tonight. Okay, so we've got 2, 3, 5. Actually, okay, let me do it more precisely. 2, we've all said, okay. No hesitation about putting that in the package, but we'll make a final decision later.
Mhm.
Number 3, subject to checking, okay, subject to checking with Burlingame. Number 4, all support it. But we're not gonna definitely not gonna make a final decision tonight in order to give those property owners a chance to
Mhm.
come in. And then number 5, we're all in favor at 30, and we want to check on schools
Mhm.
before the next meeting to see if we want to include schools. And 6, we've got some homework there about what other communities have done. 3 council members are ready to go forward, but more homework. And number 7, we're all okay to include at 20, but we'll look at it to consider whether going to 30. Okay, so that brings us to 1A and 1B. Who would like to go first on those?
I guess before we leave the other topics, could I ask staff whether that type of decision was enough for them to go to this meeting? Or are we not really making enough decisions to have the meeting this week?
And let me ask a subsidiary question of that. If we're basically in favor of 6 items that were presented. If you went to the meeting and said, here's what we're thinking of as our 6 items, do you think these items by themselves would be a robust package that might be
Yes,
acceptable?
yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay, well, that's best news I've heard today.
Seriously. And one comment that I did here, we have a new HCD rep. Our former HCD rep is no longer there, and we have their supervisor who we've worked with before. So that's also very good news.
Correct.
Okay, so with
I mean,
that-
I'm wondering like on number 4, where we're in favor, but we don't make a final decision. Can you still take that to your meeting and say our council is, exactly in favor, but not yet decided? If HCD says, well, if you are in favor of it, it will help, you could give us some guidelines too, of whether that, or it's like, doesn't matter, neither way, don't even worry about it, then just we'll drop it.
Well, I think we presented as the council's in favor. We want to give homeowners a chance to come in, one more meeting chance to come in and talk about it.
But it's not decided.
No, but none of these are decided. We're just
I think the purpose, what we like, I don't think anybody, we didn't have the expectation that you would make final decisions on everything, but are these things that we could go and pitch to HCD to say, if we did this, what would your opinion be? Because we don't want to include a program that they're going to say, that's not going to do anything. So that's why we're doing this exercise. We may not, we're not definitely not saying we are going to do these 5 things or 7 things. Ideas really to say, here are ideas that we're looking at. This is what's got support. Would like to hear what you think about them. We don't want to take them unless you feel comfortable that this is something that you could live with. I think that's really what this is about. The final decisions can be made at another time.
Okay, and you think you could discuss 2 through 7 at that meeting, not
Absolutely.
discuss 1A or 1B?
Absolutely.
Okay. But I think we still need to talk about that.
Yeah.
Okay, so Councilmember Kwok, did you want to address the substantive issue, or does somebody else want to go first on that?
Go ahead.
Whoever would.
So the 1A, if 1A, right?
Yeah.
I think 1A is very drastic. And I've gone over this argument with so many people that in Lafayette, unless you force part of it to be affordable, just the simple upzoning of it, without the options of a density bonus, without the options of all these other things, we're not going to get affordable units there. I mean, that's just not, market isn't going to do it unless we subsidize it somehow. And so they're not going to go in and buy, the land here is expensive. They're going to expect to at least make double, like they're going to have to, in order to pay for anything they build, it's going to have to come back and, make a lot of money for them. And that means market rate. And so I just don't think that, so for 2 reasons, I don't like it. I think it's a big deal. And I don't think it's going to get us any closer without all these other subsidies to getting us any affordable housing.
Yep. And to address part of what you said, I think we've gone through this long process and we've looked at this and we've said, no, we don't want to do this. And so I think this is enough of a change that if we were, it's out of the character of the process we've gone through. So I don't think we want to go down that road. I mean, not during this housing cycle, but does anyone feel differently on that?
I am not ready to vote on 1A or 1B today. If I think I'm open to both of them, but I'm not against or for at the moment. I think these are very, very big issues. And as you said, I think you stated it most correctly. These have taken a lot of process. And in the past, we spent a lot of time on these things. And I don't feel that coming in today's meeting that we've done them justice to just say yes or yay or nay on it, or at least I'm not ready to say yay or nay. So I would, again, not being no or for or against, I'm not ready to present them to HCD.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I agreed. Can I suggest we focus on 1B? Because I think that's most likely the direction we would go if we do either of these. And so we can talk substantively about what we think about 1B. We can also talk about what information we would need in order to make a decision at the next meeting. However you want to approach it.
Yeah, I'll just make a comment then, since we're not making any decisions, but I think this is drastic as well, because this is across Lafayette. This isn't just downtown. These are, our 10 zones really, which are most affected, because then you could, it essentially becomes R6 in terms of the minimum lot area and this and that. So I don't think it's something we could just say pivot from 1A to 1B as easily. And it goes back to also that public participation. It has been 3 years. We did talk about single family homes zoning, just kind of changing it. It's just making them a little smaller. But once again, it goes back to what Councilmember Candel alluded to. We don't have control over the affordability of these homes. And if anything, it's not about, hitting more homes in the Rainy area, making more money for developers, but it's about trying to get more people of lower income, that mobility into these homes. So this, I don't know if that addresses that either, if we're just spreading that all across Lafayette without real focus to it. I totally concur. I agree. I don't think it's, I don't think it's going to result in what we want it to do. And I just get frustrated that a lot of people really think that this is going to end up getting what we want. The Urban Institute and the Turner Center both said this isn't going to work. It doesn't lead to affordability. Increased density in these areas doesn't lead to affordability. And so I would rather focus on these other things, these other really good ideas that we have that might really end up with some nice affordable housing. And so I would much rather do the other items in front of us, not these two.
Councilmember
Yeah,
Clark.
I really have no comment for or against 1B at the moment. I think I'm still would have to think about it. It's got, you know, pros and cons, so just don't know where it's haven't had time to think it all through. So I'm not ready
Okay.
to make a decision.
Okay, well, where I am, with 1A, I don't want to go down that road because it's too big an increase for neighborhoods that we dealt with in this process and are feeling that they've spoken and we've listened and they don't expect us to come back. I can't take Vice Mayor Dawson's point that 1B is also drastic in the terms of the number of households. And that's why I definitely said at the outset, we shouldn't be making a decision tonight because it just affects so many people. So I think we think about it, we come back at the next meeting. But, you know, I do have the general comment as well. The whole discussion of affirmatively furthering fair housing in a town that even HCD recognizes that every neighborhood is a highly resourced area. I'm not sure I see the benefit at this point during this housing cycle of making this change, although I'll think about it over the next 2 weeks. But I I'm very encouraged by your saying that items 2 to 7 might make an impact. Okay, is there anything else on this item? The council member, do you feel you have enough guidance, Mr. Wolf, Ms. Robles, Elrod?
I have a question of just, do we have to bring this back at the next meeting?
I think we should, given that, well, Mr. Wolf, or timing question.
Well, we were planning to bring back to you in August, other components of the housing element that we've been working on to address. So this is one component in the multi-page letter. So we were going to bring back those in August. I'm concerned about coming back at the next meeting, given what we've been asked to do to follow up on tonight's topics. So I don't know that that's feasible to turn around in essentially a week.
Can I ask a question? You know, and also it is summertime and we were looking for that public participation. So is September too late? You know, it gives us time to let people know what we're looking at. Answer to questions, or is that crunching that timeline too much?
September gives me pause.
Yeah.
However, you're being cognizant of summer and people's travel plans. I think providing them an additional timeframe, so longer timeframe, it's unlikely that a large segment of the community would be traveling the entire time, but it's quite possible they might be traveling for a week or even 2 during a traditional kind of 14-day notice. And so if we noticed now for the August meeting, that would be ample time for community members to be aware of tonight's discussion and that they're coming back. So I think given that concern, we would do notice sooner than later, not come back at the second meeting in July, but bring this and other items to the August meeting.
Well, we moved that meeting in August to the 4th.
Correct.
So we fourth Monday, so that people would be back, schools in session on the 15th. So
there we go.
That all works. It's not the entire reason we did that change, but okay, so if that works from a timing standpoint, is everybody comfortable then with the next time we'll be hearing this will be on the 28th, August 28th?
That's fine.
I mean, I'm not clear. I thought we're meeting on this today in order for staff to prepare for a meeting this week, right? And so it's
Yeah.
whatever we decide today, you have the meeting and then we're done with this agenda item. Why does it have to come back? I mean,
Well-
unless you're going to come back and with suggestions from staff, HCD staff to say of the package you presented 2 through 7, here are the elements that would be beneficial. So we hone in on that, but I just don't see why 1A and B would be back on the agenda if they're not even being taken to the meeting. Right? 1A and B are not going to the meeting this week, so they would not be coming back.
They can come back. It doesn't preclude you from considering it further. Just because we have a list of 5 things or whatever that HCD likes and you want to go back and revisit it. 1A or 1B, I should say. Also, we would have to come back for some of these items because you've asked for more detail on, who's implemented things, more information on, impacts of how certain things would work, going to Burlingame, et cetera. So I think we would have to come back.
Yeah, even 2 through 7 definitely need to come back. With 1A and 1B, you could say that if HCD says, great, this is a great package, this is it. There's still an argument that there is a segment of the community, and we heard supporters tonight who would like to see us move in the direction of 1B. And so I think we need to at least complete that discussion. And that means discussing it when we come back with the other items on the 28th. I don't think we can leave it off.
That's totally fine. Yeah.
Okay.
But I do have a question. Outreach to the short-term renter people. And if we're bringing that back, outreach to like people affected by these. How are we going to do that?
I think we would propose to put an ad in the paper, speaking to the topics that would be discussed.
Okay.
Can also put the staff report in the weekly roundup as well.
Okay, that'd be good.
Provide notice.
Perfect. And then the whole CEQA question. Yes.
Okay, do we need a motion to defer this to a date certain, August 28th? No. We've given direction to staff, so we're fine.
That's adequate.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thanks for all your work on this. And that brings us, that brings us to 11A.
Good luck.
And council members. The item before you tonight is a reapproval request for Samantha Townhomes located on Stewart Street. Application numbers TR 9539, DR 2319, and TP 5019. This was last approved and seen by the council 2 years ago, so I'm going to give you a little refresher on the project before we go into the proposal. The current lot is actually 2 lots. They are both vacant, unaddressed parcels on the east side of Stewart Street. You can see they're also to the south of Highway 24. The zoning here is C1, and it's also in the east end district of the downtown specific plan. The 2 lots together equal about 0.4 acres or 17,000 square feet. You can see a Google Earth image of the 2 lots shown here. This is at the end of Stewart Street looking to the east. It is a bit terraced already, and it slopes upward fairly steeply, both to the east and a little bit to the north. This is a rendering of the project. The previous reviews were that it went to the Design Review Commission twice, to the Planning Commission twice. The Planning Commission found it exempt from CEQA and approved it on June 21st, 2021. The project was appealed on July 2nd, 2021, and heard by this council at a de novo hearing, where again, the council found it exempt from CEQA and upheld the Planning Commission's approval, approving it on July 26, 2021. Since then, a 1-year extension has been granted, which would expire this July 26, 2023. Therefore, the applicant has applied for a reapproval, which is what's before you now. Going back through the proposed project quickly, you can see this is the first floor plan. There are 3 separate buildings here. Stewart Street's on the left and Highway 24 again to the north on the top of the image. The use proposed is residential dwelling units, which is allowed by right in the zone. There are 2 below market rate units proposed as part of the project. The density allowed here is 35 dwelling units per acre, which would equal 13 units. 12 are proposed. Setbacks have been reduced below 10 feet on each side per a density bonus waiver. Total square footage for living area is approximately 16,700 square feet. The basement floor level adds an additional 7,000 square feet. There's very little living space on that basement or first floor, and that gives us a total of a little shy of 24,000 square feet. Parking is 19 car spaces. This is 1 per bedroom with 2 additional guest spaces and a minimum of 14 bike parking spaces, at least 1 per unit. The tree removals proposed are 15 with a total of 28 proposed as replacement. This elevation is facing Stewart Street, so facing to the west. You can see the front of the first of 3 buildings. All of them are considered 2.5 or 2 stories because the back of the first story is fully underground, despite the front being fully exposed. And the maximum height of 35 feet is proposed across the 3 buildings. You can see a section here. This is looking to the north from the access driveway that goes along the south side of the property. I do want to take a moment to address some conditions. I made a mistake in my staff report and included the conditions of approval that went to the council, but were not what came out of the council in their approval. So I'm going to go through in detail the changes that should have been included in your staff report and that are part of staff's recommendation to continue and reapprove with the project. So the first, there are a series of 5 that simply were not included that were part of your original approval. Number 35, the property owner shall submit revised floor plans identifying each garage to include 1 EV ready hookup as defined by LMC Chapter 6.6 off-street parking. The plans shall be reviewed and approved by Planning and Building Department staff. 36, the property owner shall investigate the feasibility of requiring the 12 residential units to operate with electric appliances versus gas. The applicant shall share findings and outcomes with the Planning and Building Department staff. 37, the property owner shall submit revised plans identifying the installation of MERV filters for review and approval by Contra Costa County Building Inspection Department staff. The purpose of this condition is to ensure the dwelling units include filters to mitigate potential air quality impacts from Highway 24. 38, the property owner shall meet with the city engineer and property owners at 1049 Stewart Street. This is the day school across the street, to discuss potential improvements regarding traffic safety at the end of Stewart Street. Final authority shall rest with the city engineer. And 39, the property owner shall submit CCNRs for the project to the Planning and Building Department for review and approval. The CCNR shall establish a homeowners association or equivalent body for the 12 residential units and common areas. The document shall discuss responsibility for the maintenance of on-site landscaping, lighting, street furniture, paving, trash pickup, and MERV filters. And then there's 3 different additional changes to existing conditions. At number 28, there was an additional sentence added requiring that the BMR units be provided as a 1-bedroom and a 2-bedroom. So the underlined sentence was added. The applicant shall ensure the 2 BMR units consist of a 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom unit. At condition 34, the phrase "for review and approval" was added to this first sentence. The property owner shall submit for review and approval, revised plans, et cetera, et cetera. It's just a clarifying. And then here for the condition of approval 43 about construction hours, these were modified to begin at 9 a.m. instead of 8 a.m. and to remove the last 2 sentences of the condition. I'll read them for you because it's hard with the strikeout. Construction shall not be permitted on Saturdays except as occasionally might be required and only upon advanced approval from the city. The applicant must inform and receive approval from the city, and if approved, inform the neighbors at least 48 hours in advance of the work. These 2 sentences would be removed from the conditions. That concludes my summary of the changes proposed to the staff report you received. With that, staff recommends that the the council review the proposed reapproval, conduct the public hearing, and move to approve the draft City Council Resolution 2023-42, finding the project exempt from CEQA and approving the project's reapproval subject to the attached conditions as modified at this meeting. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Okay, no questions.
I do know that the applicant is here and is interested in making a statement.
Yes. Okay, so we'll hear from the applicant and then we'll go to public comment.
This is on. Okay, sorry. Hi, I'm Kathy Lee Fung. Sam and Linda, my mom's here. Unfortunately, my dad can't be here because he passed away last year. This was a legacy project of his. He was a East Bay business owner, Lamarinda resident for over 45 years. He bought these 2 parcels 20 years ago with hopes of developing it and building something in his legacy. The project is named the Samantha Townhome Project after his granddaughter, who is named after my father, Sam. So this is a project that we want to see come to fruition. He unfortunately passed away last year during in the Hong Kong airport on his way back here. It created a number of obstacles for us to move forward with the joint developers to continue the project. But since then, we have gotten our house in order is probably the best way to say it. And we have consulted a land use attorney to make sure all the entitlements are in place. We're in a good position to now move forward with everything. So that extension would be very viable and very important for us to move forward. Thank you.
Okay, we're very sorry for your loss. Are there questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I apologize if I could add one thing. I included it in my staff report, but failed to include it in my presentation. The applicant has requested that the approvals entitle the project for 3 years as opposed to the typical 1 year. This would allow for 3 years before they need to apply for an extension if they so need, or before an expiration took place.
Yep, for a 1 year extension.
1 year extension would be awesome.
Okay. All right, thank you. We'll open it to the public. Are there any public comments?
Okay, I have no public comments from anyone in the room. I do have 2 raised hands on Zoom. So the first will be Carol Singer.
Okay.
Carol Singer. You need to unmute yourself. Carol? Okay, I'm gonna take Carol out, and I'll come back. The next is Jeffrey Whitehead.
Hello, this is Jeff Whitehead.
Go ahead, Jeffrey.
Oh, thank you. Can you hear me? Yes, no?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'm one of the owners of the Child Day Schools in Lafayette, which is the property at 1049 Stewart Street. And I appreciate that anyway, that our concerns about safety were included in the statements presented, because I think that is a big concern for us, as we've mentioned in our previous presentation with this group. So we just want to make sure that indeed that we will be able to, confer with the city engineer and then the owners of the property that are being proposed of the Samantha townhome, so we can work on the safety issues and the traffic issues. The concern that we've had, and we continue, unfortunately, still have, is obviously the vehicles that would be coming out of the garages that are facing the school, and I think people who have seen that area, including our parents as well as our staff, know that's it's a very narrow road between the road, the proposed condos, and then our parking area where staff and really parents with young children will be walking. And this happens every day during almost, every weekday. And our hours right now have been actually somewhat limited because of the pandemic, but we are going to be increasing our hours. So we will likely have more children at earlier hours, as early as maybe 6:30, 6:45 a.m. to 9 a.m. and then as well as up to maybe 6:30 p.m. between, let's say, 4:30 and 6:30 p.m. So these are obviously ongoing concerns for us, but I am glad to hear that that our concerns will be addressed when the project moves forward and we meet with the city engineer. And I think we are just wanting to make sure that we do understand the timeline, which is maybe a little vague for us, so we can inform our staff and our parents when the construction will begin on the project. I know that it's hard to nail that down exactly, but it would be great if we could get some more specifics about that. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you very much. Is Ms. Singer available?
Hey, Carol, you're up again. You need to unmute. I'm gonna go on. We have another speaker, Cheryl. Oops, wait a minute. Messed up. Cheryl.
Hello.
Hello, welcome.
Okay. I have some odd questions. One, I remember being involved in this project a little bit, but it's been a while. And so were there fees collected by the city on this project for the crosswalk at Hampton? So really it's a question that has nothing to do with the project itself. And the other question is since that street is so narrow, I don't recall whether they're having a dumpster and like recycle cans or green cans, or if it's going to be how many units, 12 units times 3 cans all out on the garbage on the street that day. And since it's such a narrow street and the school's right across the street, I'm just curious to see if it's a dumpster with a few cans in the complex. I think it'd be better to have the dumpster. I know it's late in the process, but I just thought I'd ask. Thank you.
Okay, I didn't catch the first question. Did anyone?
Oh,
else?
assessment, hello?
Yeah,
The first question was, did the city request fees from the project or the developer, I guess, for the crosswalk at Hampton?
okay.
Those were my two questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you for asking again, because I need to speak up better.
All right, thank you. All right, do we have Ms. Singer?
I'm gonna try again one more time. Carol, I've allowed you to speak. You need to unmute yourself. Her hand was up through the entire thing, so I'm not sure. she
Oh,
was
okay,
paying
yeah.
attention. So, well,
Oh, Bill, you sent a text? She didn't
I think she
respond?
might have just left her hand up and.
Okay, all right, okay, we'll close public. Was there anyone else? Ms. Robinson, anyone else?
I do not have any other hands raised.
Okay, we won't close public comment. The applicant has a chance to rebut or make another statement if you wish. It's up to you. I don't think any of those need to be addressed by you. I think we're fine. Okay, so we'll close the public comment and bring it back. And so the first question was about fees for a crosswalk at Hampton. Harley, do you know the answer to that?
I don't know the answer offhand. I was recently reviewing the minutes and a staff report from 2 years ago, and it's ringing a bell. But
I just pulled up the conditions and there are lots, so I don't blame you. The property owner shall contribute $10,000 to the protected crosswalk at Mount Diablo in Hampton.
Okay, thank you. And then the second question was in respect to the pickup service and the dumpster. And I think I remember discussing that at the meeting, and somehow I would say I'm confident that was handled.
my understanding is there will be individual trash cans for each unit, which they will bring out to the street or to the service alleys that will service the 2 higher buildings.
Okay, yeah, thank you. All right, so any comments? Are we ready to vote? Okay, can I have a motion?
I move that we held the public hearing, adopt CC Resolution 2023-42, finding the project exempt from CEQA and reapproving the project subject to the attached conditions.
I'll second.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Candell, seconded by Vice Mayor Dawson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Mayor,
Oh,
is it with the conditions attached or as amended this?
I'm sorry, yep. The amendment was for the conditions as amended.
As amended,
As amended by
absolutely. Thank
staff
you.
during the hearing.
Thank you.
Absolutely. All right, so that was 4 yes and 1 absent. So thank you very much, and thank you. We're on to item 12. We need to discuss 8A, the minutes from the last meeting. Councilmember Kwok.
Right, I pulled this item because on page 39 of 43 of the minutes, and this is reference to our budget allocations where we talked about creating $35,000 over a 3-year period for the park fund. We added that Grace Dixon had requested to add funds. And the minutes say that it's $35,000 over a 3-year period. But I seem to recall that we did 35,000 for year 1. And in year 2 and year 3, we would do 35,000 per year over 3 years, as opposed to 35,000 spread over 3 years. I wanted to confirm if that's the consensus of the council.
I mean, that's definitely my understanding.
Okay, in that case, I would like to amend the 2 mentions on that page where the mayor said, and the 8th item was $35,000 per year over a 3-year period for the park fund. This is contingent on raising the matching funds for the second and third years. And lower on that page, under where we actually had the resolution, Mayor Nduri said they will be changing the $250,000 to $215,000 in Exhibit A and add $35,000 per year over 3 years.
Okay, sounds good to me.
So I'll hand that to the city clerk. So those are the two amendments I would propose.
Okay, so you move approval as amended?
Okay, so I move that we approve the minutes as amended to add the word per year after $35,000 in the two instances.
A second.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Quock, seconded by Councilmember Kendall. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Approved 4-0 with one absence.
Thanks for that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Okay, we're on to item 13A, councilmember activities, and then consideration of items for future agenda. So, yep, please.
So I filled in for Councilmember Geringer on the LFFA, LPMC and SWAT today. And the LFFA meeting, we did vote to have a single contract with all 3 cities through LFFA to pay the matching funds for all of our street smart signals that we're putting in all that we got the big OBAG grant for. And we'll just do it all out of the LFFA funds rather than each city paying each part of the matching. It'll all come out of the LFFA funds. And I just wanted to let you guys know. Yeah.
All right, any reports? Any items for future agendas? Okay, well, I've got 2 potential resolutions. I just want to raise them and see if the council wants to put these consideration of these resolutions on a future agenda. The first, you'll recall that Jackie Mann came to an earlier meeting and proposed a no drilling resolution. And when we got to the end of that meeting, no one raised adding it to a future agenda. She sent an email asking when it's going to be on the agenda. I told her I'd just bring it back and give people a chance to say whether they want to consider that or not. So it's a resolution supporting, let's see, I think we actually got a draft of the resolution. Yeah, so the resolution is in recognition of the fundamental incompatibility of fossil fuel extraction with effective climate change in the spirit of regional collaboration evoked by both the city and the county. The city of Lafayette strongly urges the Board of Supervisors of Contra Costa County to enact immediate measures to phase out existing oil and gas operations on county lands and prohibit any new oil and gas drilling.
I'd be in favor of having that in a future agenda.
Okay.
I would too.
Right. Okay, so we'll put that on. We'll look at the upcoming agendas and see where that can go. And then the other one came up, and it may have come up at future mayor's conferences, but it came up at the one last week. And there was a report from the Contra Costa County Bar Association supporting the resolution, supporting the exoneration of the Port Chicago 50. And this is a bill that Congressman DeSaulnier carries each year, as George Miller carried before him. So I would like to see us consider this at a future meeting. Okay, so that'll be on a future agenda. All right, then on to the city manager's update.
A lot of CIP projects are underway. The Olympic Glenside St. Mary's construction project and the Pathways construction progress are in full swing. Good progress is being made regarding safety improvements near schools. We've added a rectangular rapid flashing beacon in front of Happy Valley School. The engineering department has sent a request for proposals for planning, environmental and design services for the School Street Topper St. Mary's Road project. And wanted to thank the town of Moraga after a few years of not contributing to the Spirit Van. This year, the town council approved a $20,000 contribution per year for 2 years, and it's really, truly appreciated. And finally, I wanted to a shout out and congratulations to Team Lafayette, who won 3rd place in the 2023 East Bay City PAC Bocce Tournament. On June 29th, Vice Mayor Dawson, Councilmember Geringer, Jonathan Katayanagi, and Greg Travers were on the team. We were the only city in Contra Costa to place. The other 2 were from Alameda.
Wow, first place in Contra Costa. All right, congratulations. That's great. Okay, any questions for the city manager? Okay, thank you. All right, we're on to item 12C, Councilmember Candell. Sure. Well, it's okay if we go to the next item. Okay, so that's 13D, the East Bay Mud Lafayette Reservoir Tower matter. You would have received a draft letter for your review. There have been some developments since the letter was drafted and given to you. We have learned from a conversation that our city manager had with the general manager of East Bay Mud that East Bay Mud will ask the Division of Safety of Dams for additional time to work with Lafayette. Therefore, Councilmember Kwok and I are asking that the council, we not consider this letter because it's no longer appropriate, but the council authorized the city manager, Councilmember Kwok, and me to revise the letter to reflect the new circumstances, basically turning it into a letter to DSOD supporting East Bay Mud's request for additional time. And at one point, East Bay Mud asked that we not send a letter, but I think we need to send a letter because we think DSOD should hear directly from Lafayette and establish that relationship. So the proposal, if everyone is in agreement, is that we'll prepare a letter and probably tomorrow or day after we'll send it off to DSOD. Is everyone okay?
Yes.
Any questions? Well, city manager did our secret, not so secret weapon. Anyway, I won't, in a public setting, I won't go into all the details, but good work. And
should we also mention the July 26th meeting that East Bay Mud is planning to have regarding getting our community feedback? So it's Stanley Middle School at what time?
6 o'clock, same time as US kicks off against Netherlands in the Women's World Cup second round. But anyway, just so everyone knows. Yes, and the Citizen Advisory Group has met, had a very successful meeting, and they will be prepared to report to the council on the 24th. So we'll have that information that can be presented to the public as well on the 26th. Those who are not soccer fans who come to the meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Councilmember Candell.
Right, so Councilmember Gallagher and I interviewed and are proposing to reappoint Transfer Commissioners Carl DiGiorgio, Greg Brown, and Vianney Sierri. Okay.
Slip of the tongue, Freudian slip. Anyway,
And it would be nice to actually take a vote on that item after we have public comment to
Okay.
authorize the mayor.
All right, so public comment on the East Bay Mud, better open it for public comment.
Anybody who'd like to comment on this item, please raise your hand. I see no hands raised.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the council and I'll move that we authorize the city manager, Councilmember Kwok, and the mayor to develop a letter to send to the Division of Safety of Dams.
Second.
Okay, moved by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Kwok. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, 4 yes, 1 absent. Okay, thank you. All right.
Okay, so to repeat myself, we held interviews and we are reappointing Commissioners Carl DeGiorgio, Greg Brown, and Vianney Siri.
Okay. Okay, any questions from the council? Okay, so we'll open up for public comment. Any public comment?
Anybody have public comment? Please raise their hand. No hands raised.
Okay, so we'll bring it back to the council.
Is there still one vacancy? There are 4
There is
vacancies.
there's
You're-
still one vacancy, correct?
So members of the public should apply.
Please.
Yep, 1 vacancy, 1 leave of absence.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion for reappointment. So moved. Okay, moved by Councilmember Candell, seconded by Vice Mayor Dawson. All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, 4 ayes, 1 absent.
And we're all very, very happy that
Yes.
they returned.
With
to
gratitude,
service.
yes.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh, deep gratitude.
Okay, and now we're on to item 14A. We have a number of resignations from commissions. You've all seen these from design review, Commissioners Sim, Commissioner Sedell, Environmental Task Force, Task Force Member McCormick, from the Public Art Committee, Carolyn Considine, and from the Creeks Committee, Phil Bradley. So we accept the resignations, but and we thank them for all the work that they did. So each one of them has made a real contribution. It reminds us again of how we benefit from the volunteers in the community. There's nothing else we need to do on that one. Yeah. All right. Anyone have anything else before we adjourn? Okay, we're adjourned
Thank you.
at 11:02.
Thank you, Bill, for staying. Yeah.